nice one to see. That's
Alright.
So, Clemens, when we started, you guys want the lights on?
Me, I'm fine. Oh.
Yeah, fine.
I'm fine. So far as the camera is cool,
Okay.
I'm fine.
You want the lights on when we start? Or you're okay?
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, I don't like the lights anyway. So
It's fine.
I didn't change the title. Shit.
You didn't change the title. ByteTime sessions.
Cool.
Okay.
So I think the streaming has started.
Oh, you started streaming?
I was just testing, so I think so far so good. So streaming is working.
Okay.
So we are online now. Let me see.
Check on your phone. How about the sound?
I have this connection, so I'll tap and then use
okay.
it.
So, I can use this microphone. You know, they always say, is this thing on? I do pop, 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 pop. Hello? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, that's good.
Position.
I'm not seeing it.
Should we record the sessions? I think we should record.
We should record it.
Yeah.
Finally,
it's live.
Live streams, yeah. No, but you're logged in. I think you should go in as another.
The sound is coming. Hey, 7.
today is about 12. The dates. Today is the 23rd. Today is
So I think you can do it.
Today is the 23rd. I shouldn't say anything.
We just have to maintain it like this. Sure.
I start the camera. I'm good to go.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, or whatever time it is in the day wherever you are. Welcome to ByteTime sessions. As advertised, we're going to start exactly at 10, or we're planning to start at 10 a.m. We are in the festive season, and so unfortunately here in Ghana there's a lot of traffic. Even just from the entrance, there's a lot of cars, people trying to get in, people trying to drive away from this place. So, in fairness to those who have left their homes and are trying to get here, please bear with us. We'll give them a little bit more time. There are a few people in. We're very grateful to them. For those who are watching online, we are also really happy that you decided to tune in at this time of the day, whether it's early in the morning for you or in the afternoon or whatever it is. We're really grateful. Please bear with us. Stay tuned. Do not go anywhere. Do not touch your dial, as they say in the old times. We'll be streaming soon and we'll be showing you the rest of the events. We have a lot packed. We have a packed day. We have a really full list of interesting conversations to have. So please do not move away from your seats. We will join or we'll be with you shortly. Thank you. Announcement about the delay. I really appreciate you. We are an hour late, but we are still starting, so that's great. Welcome to ByteTime sessions. Just in case you joined the wrong channel, in case you think you joined the wrong channel, you're actually at the right place. ByteTime sessions is super interesting. But before we delve into anything, before I keep rambling on about something else, let's introduce the host for ByteTime sessions. It's odd if I introduce myself in a certain way, so I won't say anything really interesting. My name is Jevin Apia. I will be one of your hosts. And
my name is Eric Nisa. I just call me Kwame A. Nisa. And I'll be MC for today, so I'll be anchoring the program. I'll be coordinating the program. Thank you, Jevin.
Awesome. So you see our additional hosts. I will switch hosts like a packet switch network switches packet. So that's a dad joke. I hope I didn't really mess up anything. All right, so let's talk about ByteTime sessions and what it is. Now, this was born out of a childhood dream, right? I've always had this dream. I'm lying. Babies don't dream, so yeah. So actually, it was born out of a discussion we had after we organized a competition called BRCTF. You may have heard of this. Eric, were you here during BRCTF?
No,
okay, next time you show up, right?
I was in Togo by then.
Okay, good. All right, so BRCTF essentially was a first of its kind capture the flag competition. Now, we had a preliminary qualifiers which lasted 72 hours. I think it was 72 hours. The players would know, the players were the ones who were not sleeping. I was sleeping, so. After 72 hours, we had 10 qualifying finalist teams who engaged in an in-person 24-hour competition. It was awesome. People were sleeping here, people were dozing, I could see snorts, I could see people snoring, all of that. But a team emerged as the winner. The winners are here, thankfully. We also had people joining last minute and still doing extremely well. The goal was to get people to engage in activities in a legal environment where they could practice security skills, right? Now, granted, it was primarily offensive, but it was a legal environment, so we are not in trouble. Right? Okay, awesome. All right, now subsequent to that event, we had the interest to demonstrate or do like community meetups where people could come and then they could show skills that was not only offensive, but they could show skills that could not also be only displayed in a competition, right? So for example, today we'll have a lot of very good conversations and talks that cover a myriad of topics, right, that people will be interested in cybersecurity. Now, that was not the only goal. The goal was also to create a community of people who could come together and share the knowledge that they've acquired also create a platform where people who are new to security could meet people who have more experience, grow themselves, and also further their set of skills, right? So that was the purpose of BTS, ByteTime sessions. Now, I had a joke planned, but I don't think it's an appropriate joke, right? I don't know if I should go ahead and say it.
Should we go ahead? Hello? Okay, then we can say go ahead. So please try. Give it a shot. I mean, once we know it's already a joke, I mean, it's already funny, so we can start laughing. So we're laughing already before we do that joke.
So please pretend it's funny, right? So it's not a long joke, it's a short one. You know, football, right? There's injury time. Every time I heard injury time, it suggested that this is a time to injure people also. Because why would you have an injury time? It may be injured time for those who were injured. But injury seems to be present, like hurt somebody. There's somebody I want to hurt here, and when we see he's not seated now, okay, so that's good. So now we have ByteTime sessions. It's, as the name suggests, not a time to bite people. It's actually byte, that's 8 bits, right? So essentially, if you look at the logo, what was created by our wonderful media people, Jude behind the cameras, and Ryan, the idea is that you actually come into ByteTime sessions. If you observe, you'll see that the 3 cubes are way smaller than the cubes that are leaving, right? Sorry, yes, they are slightly smaller. It's minuscule, but you can still see it. You come into ByteTime sessions and you leave enriched with something, right? Is that not a great idea? It's just subtle, but you have to be like, really go into the weeds to be able to discover that. This is the reason why we set up ByteTime sessions, and I hope you guys are excited as I am. The idea is not only to do this for today, but to do this every quarter if possible, or even as often as we can. We have not only the in-person sessions, but we'll do this online as well. So I hope you guys are excited. If you're excited, let me know by clapping or doing something. You can shout to someone. Alright, so we have the program outline.
Yeah, sure. And so I think before then we can get interactive, right? One of the things that he said was he wanted to create a platform so we can network. Okay, so we want to know who is who here. Okay, so I think we can do that. We can pass some time and do that. Just a little. Okay, just so tell us your name, and then maybe just do the first row, your name, where you work, what you do, and then maybe just pass
over the microphone.
Yes. And I look at the nice person, and I just pass a nice compliment about the person. Say something striking about the person. So just do this and then we are done.
Okay, hi, I'm Emanuela Ramzan, and I actually don't have much to say about myself, so I'll just pass it.
Oh, just say something striking about him. Something remarkable. Yes. You like his smile?
Oh yes, he does have a nice smile.
Oh, yeah, no. So pass it on. Yo. Okay, alright. Yes, student. Okay, alright. He's in New Jersey, so just pass a comment. Just feel free. You're in a safe environment.
I dislike.
Okay.
My name is Amar Roxon. National
Okay.
Service Personnel at Vanguard Head Office. I'm into networking.
You're into networking. Okay. Yeah. Something striking, just remarkable about him. You meet someone, you may forget his name. I was like, you were the guy who told me I look like Michael Jackson. Oh yeah, true, you're the guy.
Both of us, we are like United Jersey and their coach.
Okay, alright. We should call them up. Okay, so let's try the team here. I think okay, sorry.
I was actually going to point out people you should give it.
Please feel free.
Alright, let's
okay, I'm Maxam. Yeah, I don't really have much to say about myself. Well, if there's any question you want, you can ask me, but I don't really have much to say about myself. So.
Yes, sir.
I am Enoch Agus.
Okay.
Cybersecurity business.
Okay. Oh, something striking about the baby. Unfortunately, he escaped. I got you, so she looks good. She looks good. Just that. My dear Paris. She says she looks good. But your girl already told me to look good. So, okay. He's just preaching to the choir. Yes, sir.
I'm Jerry John Onyene,
J. John.
Project Officer, Rainrock International.
Living Rock International. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any vacancy program real well? Who is the job here? Okay. Who is an employer here? Okay, alright. Thank you. Let's move to the next. That'll be the last one, then we proceed. Hi.
Hi, I'm Elias Fafali, I'm a student.
Did you recruit Elias into the program?
Divine providence.
You like to study. So, we the fancies, we don't like to study.
Oh.
Thank you very much. Yes, my dear. I didn't, sorry. What did you say?
I'm Elias Fafali,
Fafali.
and I'm a student.
Okay, so something remarkable about the next person. The gentleman just behind you keep staring at you. Just
Before I
listen to
move,
this
I'll
right
translate them,
I
do
like
the
it,
arrangements for.
Yeah.
Okay, let's put our hands together for ourselves and the last person. Okay, so we'll take the last one from. Okay, let me have this.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm Ashford Mason,
That's what I'm saying.
head of ICT, Judicial Service Assurance Region.
Wow, kind of. I feel like I'm trying to put your hands together. God bless you, sir. Do you have a CD here? You have a CD. Tell me, look self-recognition. Alright, so this one I invite my co-MC to join me. Let's put our hands together for that.
Is that all for me? Oh, should I go back and sit down? Alright, you're all welcome and we really appreciate your patience with us. This was supposed to start at 10 a.m. but it's 11 now, so thank you very much for your patience, those of you who came here earlier. So I think there's a program outline. You can just scan this and then you see the program outline. I want to take you through what we'll be doing today. So as you all know, we are behind time, so we'll try as much as possible to close at 3 p.m. So it's a festive season, so we go home and celebrate with our families. So the introduction and welcome address, which was already taken by Devin and Eric, my co-host here. After will be the keynote address, which is on the topic evolution of cybersecurity, after which we'll have an icebreaker session. Most of you didn't get the opportunity to introduce yourselves. There's no problem. We also have a snack break. You can get to know each other, the employers and the employees. We'll also have our first presentation on IoT devices, vulnerabilities using Shodan. Yes, Shodan. After which we'll take practicing offensive security within cyber regulations. Then the snack break. So on here it says 12:15, but we may have to move this a little behind so that we are able to cover the first two presentations before the snack break. After the snack break is playing chess as red teams, careers in cybersecurity, and then we draw the curtains on the program. So during the we'll have a presentation, demos, and then get opportunity to ask questions as well. So feel free, this is a relaxed environment, so feel free to do that. And as you already know, our host is Eric Enisa, and I'm just supporting him. And my name is Sarah Okumu.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Let's put our hands together for Sarah. Let's go for Sarah. Okay, so I want to know, during the Q&A, are we going to have any prize going out to anyone? Or they should just ask questions, you answer and they go home?
Yeah, the answers our experts are going to give them is enriching enough. It's prize enough. So that's it. Maybe next time.
Okay, no, next time. I agree. Alright, so next, we will have our keynote address on evolution of cyber security. This week I had a call with this gentleman to have a discussion why he wants or why he's doing all of this, right? And there is something striking he said. You know, he keeps talking to young folks in the IT field, and a lot of them seem to be frustrated. They don't know. In fact, there are people who are good, who don't know where to go next. there are people who actually are working in fields and know what they are about, but they are still not fulfilled. So there are a lot of unfulfilled dreams, there are a lot of people still questioning their career lives, a lot of people who don't know what they are about in this IT field. So he said he wanted to just create a platform, so you can network, so you can groom the next, cybersecurity or IT experts in this country. So, without much ado, please let's welcome this great gentleman in the person of Jevin Appiah and then Kofi Asamoah. Please let's put our hands together for them.
Awesome, thank you. I'm back again. All right, so we have some nice presentation set up. Now, you may be wondering why there are two people doing the keynotes. It's slightly unconventional, right? But Kofi and I both have stage fright, so I may pass out. So he's here. If I pass out, we continue the conversation.
I'm the backup. Am I working? Okay, it's on. All right, I'm the backup.
And then if Kofi passes out, I'll continue it.
Yeah.
So, like the topic says, we are going to discuss, and this is going to be a discussion, right? My opinion, Kofi's opinions also, and then we'll actually also want to hear from you as the conversation goes on. Where has cybersecurity or security in general evolved from? I'm sure the concept of cyber was not present in the old ages, right? So we have I hope this works, right? I've never used this before, so this is good. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So we're going to travel through time. We'll talk about security itself. Where did it start from? Why the concept of security? Is it innate? Was everybody born with this desire to protect, right? And then we'll start from way back, not at the beginning, like when God created the heavens and earth. No, that's too far back. We'll start from some point, and then we'll discuss where security is now and what is the best way moving forward. Right?
So basically, mankind has been trying to implement security, right, at some point. And then, as he's saying, back in the day, there was nothing like digital. It was all about physical and manual. So before you get to where we are right now, I want to take you guys back to where we were. Some things that you may have even seen or heard that you never even knew was about security, right? So that's what we're going to, walk you guys through and then get to the point where we are right now, so you understand where we came from and why we're here.
Awesome, right? So let's move on to the next slide. Let's start with cave people. I'm sure maybe somebody can identify the ancestor in there. I don't know, maybe you can see. So the question is that how did they think about security? Or what was important to them? What were they trying to secure, even if they did think about security? Now, without even digging into the slides itself, you can understand that primarily their main security was survival, right? They wanted to survive so they could, continue with whatever activities they were doing during the time. So physical security was the most important to them. We didn't have any computers or any systems that were as complex as what we use now. So for example, one of the things that they would do is to secure a shelter, like a cave. That's why they're called cave people. And this shelter would have to be in a place which was difficult for the elements like the weather and also for predators to get into. So this was really important. And then there was fire. Fire was super important during the time, not only for warming themselves or for cooking or anything like that, but it was also to fend off predators. I don't know if anybody has seen the Jungle Book, Mowgli. Remember the boy with a cloth around his waist? And I think in the last scene he fought off the tiger called Shere Khan. Shere Khan was afraid of fire, right? And so it goes back, it's actually true. I don't know if the Jungle Book is true, but the concept of fire being used to ward off predators was really important. And now we also found that there was safety numbers. I'm sure Kofi can talk about communal security, what they did as community to protect themselves.
Yeah, any one of you ever seen, of course, we have grown-ups here, but old enough to have seen the Flintstone, the cartoons, the Flintstone. Yeah, he's old enough. None of you. Anyway, so if you can picture how we're talking about the caveman, times, if any one of you have seen the Flintstone, you understand that, back in those days, the Flintstone is about the caveman, rocks and trees and using woods and the vehicles are all on rocks. So that is how it is. Back in the days, even though there was no Tesla or those fancy vehicles, they were actually like, riding on rocks, like, flipping and then like, moving around. The same thing with the, the situation right here. People were all protecting themselves against adversaries from outside by using like, things that they had in their possession, such as trees, cave, like, woods, rock, whatever it is.
Awesome. All right. So let's move on to the next slide. Now we're moving further into time. We're moving closer to our time, right? Not too close, but ancient civilizations like the Egyptians used to use hieroglyphics. Now it was technically not any strong form of encryption, even if you want to consider it as encryption, right? It was essentially certain symbols that they would use to write out information. Now the idea was that if you could not read it, then you had no idea what it was, right? It's still sort of plain to those who could actually read this. Now, so we had that, and then we also had things like substitution ciphers. You may have played with some of them, like maybe a Caesar cipher, or you take something and replace it with something else, right? Essentially, it was crude, old school, but at least it worked, right? If you don't know what it is, then it takes a longer time. Maybe have like a 90-page document or stone tablet with a substitution cipher. You don't have a computer, so even though it's easy, you can decrypt it, it'll take you a while. And then my favorite is not invisible ink. I'm sure those who used to write love letters to themselves in school used to do invisible ink, right? I don't know, I never wrote love letters, so. Why? Someone says why, I don't know why. It was a sky tail. Now, I'm sure you've seen this in movies before. There was a piece of wood where they would drape this cloth around it and then write something significant, right? Maybe rank sacks or something, and then they'll pass the cloth to a messenger who will take it to wherever they're going to take it to, the recipient. Now, the recipient will need a wood of the same diameter so they could wrap the cloth around it and then they'll see the same message, right? If you take a different diameter wood, then you see something else, right? So this was an old school type of encryption, if you may.
Yeah, so anyone who has ever seen any of my videos or my trainings or my presentation, you know that I try to incorporate African stuff into my presentations. Like, you see a whole lot of our symbols, like diverse symbols, and everything I can think of about Africans in cybersecurity, because most of the time we program so much that we don't value ourselves. Now, if you see this presentation right here, you see Egypt, right? That should tell you that before we even got to this point where everything's about the West and it's all about technical. Back in the days, black people were involved in all these things, right? That is how it started. Now the concept is the same. It's just the implementation keeps evolving. All right. So the concept of hiding something was way back in our days from Africa. But it's just the implementation kept evolving and changing because of so many changes in situations, right? So just be proud of ourselves, right? That before even this time, before talking about cybersecurity, ransomware, all this stuff, this thing came from outside. That was how we started implementing security, how to hide something.
Awesome, I like that. Let's move on to the next slide. I could just mention, if he knew what the next slide was. And, we had.
Of course, I knew that when I said
I'm trying to sort of set it up. So kingdoms like the Great Zimbabwe, they had intricate web of castles and moats and all the things you have to cross. Right? This was a centralized place, like for example, maybe it's their kingdom, right? And before you get into the central point of the kingdom, they had an intricate web of things you have to cross. Concept may sound similar to something you already know, right? If you build a company, you have an enterprise, you have like a firewall. What else will you have as part of security? You have antivirus or EDR, whatever you want. You also have people monitoring because, for example, before you cross the fence, somebody would have seen you. So they had like an intricate maze, but centralized security points where they had like something surrounded it that you have to bypass to get to the central point. We also had something like that in Benin City, which is the present day Nigeria. So you can see that the concept of security, even in the Middle Ages, was highly prevalent. Let's move on to the next slide. Now let's talk about the Renaissance and sci-fi innovation. Raise my hands, anybody who can spell Renaissance without looking at them. Okay. I can't spell that, or Reconnaissance. I cannot spell it.
Yeah. I don't think it's for recon.
Yeah, recon, right? This was an age of great intellectual innovation. People came up with all sorts of things. I'm sure you've seen masterpieces from art, pretty much all other aspects of life. Amazing innovations. Also, because we are cyber people, we're interested in security. Right? There's a lot of ciphers and codes around the time. So they'll take like plain text, information you could read, and convert it via some formula, something that was more difficult to understand. Then they'll pass this on via messengers and printing press, etc., etc. So there was a shift from the whole physical security of using fire and all of that, something a little bit more, let's say, sophisticated. Awesome. Let's move on to the next slide. Now we had the Industrial Revolution and telegraph security. Now, Kofi was there at the Renaissance age, right? Just kidding. Kofi's not that old. So during the Industrial Revolution, another revolution in our time, we had a quite number of things. We're moving slowly towards digital, not yet, but we're moving gradually towards it. Once again, we still implemented ciphers and all, but man had found a way of connecting something from a long distance, like from one village to another. I guess this also started in Ghana. I shouldn't say one village, one city to another city, a town to another town, via this string of electrical cables that were carrying signals along. Now, this means that physical security had to come back. You remember, I showed you the previous slide. We were moving away from physical security in some shape or form, but this had to come back because somebody would climb and tap the cable, right? And then it introduces another form of security risk. You also have a way of monitoring what was happening. So you had people who patrol and make sure everything was secure, and also doing some authentication and security protocols.
Yeah, and now I think during our icebreaker session, I will share some war stories
From the industrial
physical security. Oh yeah, yeah, it was something like that. But yeah.
So my point was true that you actually born within doing that. Let's move on there. And we had the World War. Unfortunate events, unfortunate. But it was also an opportunity for governments and military. There's the word militarized. I can't say it properly without. They actually started taking or now implementing security in war scenarios. You may remember the Enigma machine. You may have heard of or watched the movie with Alan Turing and all of the great work that they did. These were like actual code breakers where all of that started. It was awesome for technology, not awesome in terms of the lifestyle. Just to clarify.
Yeah, if you want to watch a movie which is much more like interest when it comes to cybersecurity, that is my favorite movie about I forgot the name. I put it on our platform last time. Basically, it's about Enigma. And anyone of you ever heard about Enigma? No? Okay, before Enigma, let's go back to history. So back in the days, okay, after we're talking about the Stone Age period. Now, cybersecurity has actually had its root from military, the wars and the army. So we had a general called Caesar. Ever heard about Caesar cyber? Yeah, Caesar cyber, right? So basically, back in the days, of course, there was war between people, and when it's war, you have to pass information from one camp to another, right? Of course, they have spies on the road who would also intercept the information and be able to know your intentions and then maybe, counter your intentions, right? So Caesar, who is a general of the Roman Empire, he had his own way of encrypting or securing his messages by using this technique of cyber execution. So let's say that it says, let's attack at dawn, LET. X, right? Or let's say just LET, right? Now, he will use a number as a key. The number is how you move the letters of alphabet. So let's say, the key is, let's say, what's 2. So that means you move the alphabet in 2 places. So if let's say you have A, and you move A into place, what will be the letter? A, B, C, right? So yeah, so that is how it is. It's as simple as that. Now, you may think this sounds very easy to break it, right? I'm talking about back in those days. That was amazing. People couldn't break it. Okay, so just to talk about like an enigma and how we got to enigma, he did it all the way back to Caesar's time. Even before Caesar's time, I know like here, and I don't mean to step on anyone's toes, but we are much more religious in Ghana. You heard about the Israelites going to Canaan, right? He sent what? Spies to go do what? Yes, recon. Go gather intelligence about your target and then use it against them, right? So all these things that we see nowadays, we talk about, military intelligence, data intelligence, right? All these go all the way back because they all have their roots to war and military tactics. That is how Enigma was. Enigma was when the Germans found a way to encrypt data, make it difficult for the Allies to find out what they're up to, right? And then, the Allies also find somebody from England. He also built a tool called bomb, decrypt it. And that movie is the best. And I'll find the movie's title, and then maybe you guys can watch it and understand why it's a very great movie. That was too long. I can give a history of what we got to Enigma.
When you are done with time, you can see. Now, here's the computer era, which I believe that most of us were born with. Not just cooking. On the rise of computer, the show come about, yeah. Need fire and then something to protect me. This is something we're used to now. Now we had moved to the digital age. I don't know if passwords. I guess some security is better than those security. Yeah. So let's move on. Since you're familiar with this age, now we have the internet age. And I don't know what age we are in now, like the age of AI. I should have put AI on there, right? Now look at AI. Yeah. I was going to buy some water from the person and said, he wants water with AI. I'm wondering what that's going to do for me. But you can see that our trajectory from the very first packet switch network, ARPANET, to the wide web, World Wide Web, to search engines, now social media, where prevalence, the amount of attacks that targets these particular platforms cannot be overemphasized. It happens every day. What's the next? Well, the 21st century, I think that is where most of us are born. Now, cybersecurity. Now, this time we can actually use the word cybersecurity, right? As it pertains to current forms. This has evolved, and we are able to see, or we have identified even more advanced attacks that use 0 days. Things that my manufacturers may not okay. Attacks that are extremely requires a lot of skill to discover instances, or attacks that we don't know of. Right? All of these have been employed not only against civilians, but in military-based scenarios as well. Well, it looks like we have seen a certain trajectory. Every time we create a technology, we create a problem alongside it. Every time since from caveman to now. So is it a good idea? Should we just stop with the technology again? Because every time we do something, there's a problem. So should we just stop with technology and say, okay, you know what, the more technology we create, the more problems we create? Once you know what your opinion is. Everybody's smiling. Is it that you don't agree, or you are happy with the fact that technology will bring us more problems? Or that you want the technology but you don't want the problems? Who wants the technology and not the problem? Everybody. Right? That's why we're here, right? This is why we're here. This is why we have ByteTime sessions. Yeah. So we can have the technology and minimal problems. There will always be problems, right? In your dreams. You're still gonna have it. Anyway, just a quick the movie's title is The Imitation Game. Yeah, The Imitation Game. So just in case you want to watch it, that's online. So awesome. Thank you very much for that. I remember. I just wanted to say that at the end. Now here's the thing. Take the glory for himself. And you see, I'm sharing like he wants to wait. Yeah. That's because collaboration is one of the main things that will help resolve some of the problems we've seen. Right? I'll move on to the next slide to talk about this. Moving forward, what do? There are a variety of technologies all the time. There's always something new. Some of them is maybe just PR and sales pitches and all of that. But I think that we are making concrete efforts to resolve some of the issues we are currently seeing. with the advent of artificial intelligence and machine learning, for example, one thing that I actually created is like, so I did not, I used AI. All the pictures I just said, him and online, etc., etc. And yeah, Sophia and I just benefiting from some of this. If the slide says instead something that I have not maybe checked, then we'll be in trouble. So moving forward, technologies are advancing, we are becoming more adaptive, we want to be mobile, agile, so we can resolve some of the issues. So we have, like I iterated previously, we have challenges that come with the technology. We also have opportunities. For example, the more complex systems we face, the more challenges we have, the more difficult it is to monitor and resolve whatever issue that comes. But also the more complex or the more increased intelligence we create with our tools, the less work we have to do in terms of what we can actually do to resolve. It's almost like a balancing act, right? So this is why we have ByteTime sessions, why we are here as a community. One person cannot know it all. I think Kukwananze tried that side. It not worked too well for him when it was now that so we want to collaborate, we want people to come and share what they know, what they understand. Even Ryan, where is he? The person always isolates from everything we do, but we want to even include Ryan.
And I like your AI generated picture. At least they consider some of us some age people, and then you the AI people. So for the some age people, we're here, we do, you know, and then we have you, like a whole bunch of you here, and we're all like, trying to, learn something from each other. Yeah, the AI did a good job.
Good job. And that brings us to the end. This is not going any further.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have nothing else to say, but if you do.
Yeah. So, I guess now you've understood the basis. Of course, you couldn't fit everything within 15 minutes of this chat here, but at least you have the overview, the high level understanding of where we started from and why we are here. And I know one of you is going to present on IoT, hacking using Shodan. And he was talking about how we can build technology without problems. There's going to be problems all the time because we are humans. That's who we are. We create and we solve problems. So you understand why that is, because once you get to understand technology and the fact that, the human stupidity, you understand why we end up creating problems. And I'm talking about how somebody can even break into, somebody will just sign up, let's say they are, HVAC. HVAC is all about heating systems and ACs and stuff like that, and have it accessible over the internet. Right? That is all about the IoTs. People have their fridges accessible by the internet. Like, who does that, right? But that is who we are because we're humans. Even though we build this stuff to help you break your empty fridges, people just put them on the internet, right? So these are problems where, even though we create some things to solve problems, but because we are still humans, we need to make problems out of that, right? And I think you get a lot to hear from the IoT hacking using Shodan. But, it's been a pleasure being with you guys here. And
Same here. All right, we'll hand over to the illustrious host. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping someone, and then thank you very much. Pierre, I think I heard somebody asking, they seem to know, their trade, they seem to be an expert at what they do. So we decided to, okay, so I want to tell you who they are, and then we'll move to the next item on our program. Okay, so, go on. Okay, so who is Kofi Asamoah? Let's know that's a bit of Kofi Asamoah.
I think you already know, the presentation, the excellent delivery. I was very, and then just nodding my head, very impressed. So, Kofi Asamoah is a cybersecurity professional with over 18 years, over 25 years, so 98 years of experience in information technology and security. His experience ranges from cyber red team operations, ethical hacking against network infrastructure, web applications, physical facilities, ATM, machine learning, in fact, everything. Stone age machines and all that. So he has extensive knowledge and experience in developing and providing cybersecurity training in both the US and internationally. He has also authored several cybersecurity related content tools, training. He mentioned earlier if you watch his videos and all that, so please do go and get a bunch of information from him. And he's also a very good speaker, as you can see, at conferences, both international in Ghana here, such as the Security Conference, the CON, ISACA, and many more. Yeah, so I think you have to introduce my boss,
So let's give it
because I
a call.
can't introduce my boss.
Okay, that's fine. So let's put our hands together for Kofi Asama. You're now our boss.
Our boss.
Yes, Jevin up here. So Jevin has over 14 years of experience under his belt, not literally, I mean figuratively, in the computer networking and security solution field. He has worked in myriad of roles, including positions such as core network engineer, cybersecurity analyst, technical lead of a security operations center at SOC and penetration tester. Jevin has taught in-person classes on both offensive and defensive computer security at Black Hats Vegas, Riyadh, Germany, and in many online platforms. Jevin enjoys learning and sharing the knowledge and experience he has acquired, especially in the area of malware analysis and development. He has written a number of free offensive tools to help security teams to fully appreciate the risks of cyber attacks and how to defend them. Please let's appreciate Jevin.
There's more to say about Kevin than he's my boss, so I can't say much.
All right. So what do we have next?
So now there's another icebreaker session. This one there's a prize.
Sure.
Yes. So Jevin is my boss, but we like to abuse him a lot. So he set up this wonderful quiz for us to take. So I think you can just go to kahoot.it, or just scan the QR code up there. It will take you to the quiz. So please, we are all doing that. Please, just scan the QR code. There's a prize to this, so please, let's get involved. Okay. I'm going to try it as well because I don't know the answer. So. Is it working? Is it working? Are we all in?
Are we in, please? Okay, let's get them.
So once you get in, you put a nickname, your name or any other name in there so we can identify you. Are we all in? So, I see that some people are not partaking. This is an interactive session, so we must all participate. Or do you need an internet connection? Who needs an internet connection? Okay, there's someone there. Ryan, where's Ryan? Someone needs an internet connection, so kindly help him back there.
Hey, who's under God?
Okay, so we have 18, right? 18. You're more than 18 in the room.
Yeah.
When you go from the stone age, need some more help with this.
Exam route. Wow.
Okay, I want to be fair, so I want everybody to get on, then we can start together.
We don't have 14 in our midst. We have less. Exam route, okay. Okay. Fluffy Wabbit.
For me to fix the sound, unless we go off. So unless I wait for a while, then try adjusting this one.
Well. Why don't I find why everything
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was
Okay.
I'm trying to adjust.
23. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So we are all in. So can I start the quiz? Are we all good to go?
So
The
it's-
one without the internet. Ryan, please, can you help? He's at the back. The one with the pink headset, please. Okay. Okay. So
So we start at 5,
start.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. We go.
Okay. There's another countdown.
Okay.
Okay. So please, you see the question, so you pick your answer. It's very fast. There's a timer there, so.
Okay, let's go to the next question.
Time up.
Yep, time up.
1, 2, go. Oh. Is that all the questions?
Next, yeah.
Good. Oh, we have 15 questions. Okay.
Which of the following is considered a strong password? Next. Fluffy Wabbit. What should you do if you receive an unexpected attachment in an email from an unknown sender? To a journey, he will forward it to his friends. What is a firewall in computer security? Did I hear extra shifts? Who is an extra shift? Okay, next. Let's go. Which of these is considered a good practice for email security?
Now we can just skip through, right? Because we know all the answers.
Which of these is a symptom of DDoS attack?
I think someone is in the very.
What is a zero-day vulnerability?
Hey, no copying. This is cool. Students will always be students.
Okay, let's move on next. Which of these is an example of a man in the middle attack?
I know, like, see you conferring with someone in the back. Why? Ryan is not even copying.
Okay, next. In cryptography, what is the main difference between symmetric and asymmetric encryption?
I like the group assignments. If anyone knows about it. People are answering the question without reading. I don't know how they're doing that.
So next. In cryptography, what is the main difference between symmetric and asymmetric encryption? It's a bonus question. Yes. 4 more to go. In the context of cybersecurity, what is threat hunting?
That lady is a shark. She's a shark. Evelyn, right?
What does PKI, public infrastructure, refer to in cybersecurity? You don't know the answer, like you don't participate in this course yourself. Like Ryan.
To the end. So if you are getting 0, please at least get 1. Okay, get 1.
What does PKI, public infrastructure, refer to in cybersecurity? Yes, next. What is the primary difference between a rootkit and then a keylogger?
Easy. Do you know the answer, Eric? Do you know the answer?
I used to know.
Easy.
I forget it.
Shall I tell you?
Oh, sure. You WhatsApp it to me, so don't disgrace yourself.
Yeah.
WhatsApp it to me.
Oh.
Yes, WhatsApp it to me.
Okay. So then the last one, if you're getting
What
there,
is salting in the context of password storage? Oh, salting. Who doesn't know salting?
Okay. Right. The power vested in me as your national Kahoot quiz mistress. Third place winner. It's a win.
So who's Florence? Who's Florence?
Saw this coming.
Who's Florence? Florence? Who? Did you, ladies and gentlemen, let's go for Florence. Okay, so before we take your speech, how did you do it? A lot of people like Ryan, you know, I'm told there's a fit day this year on this ground, but you got in the way to feel it. So how did you do it? Do you want to market yourself well? How did you do it?
Okay, so I also have like 20 years of experience in this. And I'm searching for a good year. You don't need something. You see the 2 years for 2 months. Yeah, and don't, and then you get a good TV. We need 20 years of experience. Ladies and gentlemen, the speaker of our next session, let's give a together for him. And let's go and join him for the today's time.
Okay. So I do hereby, with the powers invested in me by the National Authority of Chef Giving, present the chef to Trolling. Trolling was also in the CTF. He did really well also, so congratulations. Thank you.
So we can go and some please answer what about asked. I mean we gave like and that's what I have and then who has already priority? Let's see where we get one. Okay, so we'll do this after. So okay, let's put on this
We also verify who came last. When you give that person an award as well for trying hard to be last. All right, thank you.
Okay, so everyone has take us.
Okay, so next we have our first presentation, and I'm very excited. Okay. I think our international speaker would like to share something very important with us. So we call him Mr. Cookie to do that quickly.
Let's share some caveman story. Okay, so in the field of cybersecurity, right, we call something as war story. Now, war story is something crazy, like, it could be embarrassing, or it could be like a new technique that you picked up, or something that is much more interesting. Now, if you've been in this field for so long, you are going to have a war story to tell, one or two to tell. That is like either embarrassing, or it's like, really like funny. And so one of the war story was, I'm going to a pen test, and at the time I used to live in Chicago, and I was going to, I think it was Nashville, Tennessee. All right, so what happens is you have the whole week for the internal pen test to do, right? So sometimes you fly out on a Sunday night, and then Monday you show up at the client site, and they plug your laptop and you begin to work. Now, the worst case for you as a pen tester is you work for a client site and your computer doesn't work. You are here to hack. Now, I don't know about Ghana, but in the US or maybe other countries, the client is paying you by day or by hour, right? So how much effort you put in also do represent your credibility. So I walk in with my computer, and at the time I actually had Ubuntu as my base OS. So that was bad idea in the first place, because most hardwares are not built for Linux kernel. That is why if you try to install, like, let's say Ubuntu or any of those Linux, sometimes you have to install some add-ons, some modules and stuff, drivers, to get some things to work with, because they are not mostly built for the Linux kernel. So I walk into site, and my entire computer just freezes up on me. I have to rebuild a whole computer from ground up. Now I see you guys sitting down there, it's like, it was a deal. It is a big deal. It is a very big deal, because they kind of like, now your credibility is on the line here. So that was one of my war story. But the most interesting one, which is physical pen test, is, so I don't know if we do that here in Ghana, but in the US and some other countries, we do what we call a physical pen test. We talked about physical security, right, during our keynote, right? So we show up at a client side. Now, before you do that, you need to have permission from the client. It's called wait. Does anyone have a name for that letter that you get from your client? What was that? I'm sorry. Yes, but we have a term for it. Huh? Yes, so something like that, like get out of jail pass. So that, so you have permission from your client. So just in case you get caught by security, then, you take it to jail, then you can show them and say, yeah, this is a permission from the client. So I go with my team, and unfortunately, one of my guys get caught. Now, before he can, you also advise to always keep it with you, your letter with you, so that in case you get caught, you present it to the security, and then you know that it's illegal, so that he's going. So the guy reaches out to his pocket to pull out the letter. Now, US people are trigger happy, because sometimes we don't know whatever you pull from your pocket. It can be a gun, right? So the security guy is like, he's like trigger happy, like, nah, this guy's about to go down on me with something, right? So before my guy pulls up the letter, man, they have like a taser on me, like, like that. Before he knew he was in the hospital, and then it's like, oh no, I was just pulling up my letter. So that was like him finding like in a war story. Anyway, so yeah, some things do happen in line of work, so just be cautious about that. You may not be applicable here, but in other side of the world, sometimes they do happen that way. I was told I should ask you guys something that you know about me. Some of you don't know me, it's alright. I'm very popular in life, but sometimes, you know, people don't know me and it doesn't hurt me, but I'm just joking. But anyway, anyone has any question for me? You heard about me somewhere or see something that you have a question about me? I know they gave you that letter about who Kofi is, but just something personal that you don't know about me, that's fine.
Yeah, if you can find something about Kofi online that he doesn't know about, we'll probably give you all the shares we can.
I don't know. But anyway, well, if you want to find about me, you're going to find about me because one piece you find is going to be maybe LinkedIn. I don't do social media for obvious reasons because of what I do and what I can do with those information. So you may not see me on, you know. You see me on your status? Alright? Oh yeah, that's true. Anyway, I'm not gonna like crash the party, but thank you guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that story. So that was the time. Yes, I mentioned I was excited about introducing our next speaker, but she's already here. So I'm excited because she's female, she's a lady, she's a woman, yeah. And as you can see, it looks like the male are dominating the cybersecurity space. So Emanuela Seramza, she is passionate and results-driven cybersecurity researcher with a focus on ethical hacking and pen testing. She's proven expertise as a CTF player, participating in numerous challenges to enhance skills in vulnerability identification and exploitation. She's also committed to leveraging technical knowledge to develop robust security strategies, and she seeks opportunities to contribute to the industry like she's doing here. Please, let's give it up for her. Let's give it up for her. So for our next session, she's going to take us through IoT devices, vulnerabilities, and showdown. And Emanuela, please take us through. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. She has said a lot about me already, so I think this thing is too. Yeah. So I'll do my best not to stand behind it so that you can see me. All right. So unlike Jonathan and Kofi's part, I'm alone. So in case I pass out, please come for me. But I'm hoping I don't pass out. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we have IoT devices vulnerability season showdown, but I think I'll still need people to support me so that I don't get to the stage of passing out. So I'm going to need, let's say 2 people who can help. I should call you. Oh, you're willing to help. That's so sweet. Please, can we get an extra microphone?
Yes, it's here.
Okay.
Who's willing to help you?
We'll give you another t-shirt. Thank you very much.
I didn't sign up for the microphone part.
Don't worry, it will be very short.
Okay.
Yes. So we just want to introduce the topic IoT devices vulnerability season showdown. Maybe some of us don't know what IoT devices are. Maybe some of us don't know what vulnerabilities are. I will do my part taking showdown. So maybe you can help us with a little bit of what you know with the IoT devices and maybe what vulnerabilities are. No pressure.
The microphone.
It's working.
Okay, so IoT, I know IoT stands for Internet of Things, and mostly have to do with having to connect like some smaller devices together to the internet. That's what I know about it, and then yeah, like our watches and then our phones, and then some of our fridges and then other devices also to the internet. So we don't only have these devices on the internet, we can control those ones on the internet. So that's what I know about IoT or Internet of Things. And then when we talk about vulnerabilities, we are trying to talk about weakness in systems. Okay, so IoT vulnerabilities or IoT device vulnerabilities will have to do with the weakness in those systems, or like the flaws we have in those systems. So what are the flaws we have in your watches, your TVs, or maybe your fridges? And maybe you can even have, or based on that vulnerability, you can use it to gain access to other things in your house or maybe in your systems. So that is what I think Emmanuel is going to talk about.
That's very good. Jeremy, thank you so much for doing that. Thank you. Thank you. And maybe going forward, if you wish to, come and help me, you can just do that. I'll be really grateful. So maybe for now, you can just take your seat. You can just sit in front here, so that's not difficult. Just let me run all you guys. Thank you so much. Right, so that's just a little introduction on today's topic, IoT devices vulnerability season showdown. So at least now we have an idea. So we are going to take a look at what we are going to discuss, which we'll try as much as possible to keep it short since our time is fast spent. So we are going to talk a little bit about myself. I know much has been said already, so we will not spend much time there. And we'll look at what showdown is, some of the features of showdown, the benefits that we can get from using showdown, then how it can actually be used to bring out these devices that are connected over the internet. Then we'll have a short demo, hopefully time will permit us to do that, and then we'll take a few questions. And hopefully your questions will not be, too hard. All right, so who am I? You've said a lot. I'm Emmanuel Asiri-Ramza, also known as Hex. I studied computer engineering at the Ghana Communication Technology University. Such a long name. Just Ghana Telecom will be fine. Then I'm a CTF player, like she mentioned. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. That's my name. I'm on Twitter also as Luella the Girl. I love to listen to music, I love to sing, and I love to watch movies, specifically Korean dramas. Alright, so that's just by the way. Now, what is showdown? Right? A lot of us know Google. I mean, who doesn't know Google? Right? Everyone knows Google. We know how Google works. We know that Google is a search engine where we can just get up one day and say, oh, I don't know what this is, so how do I get to know what it is? All right, I'll just pick up my phone, Google it. Sometimes you ask someone a question and they tell you, just Google it, right? So yes, basically Google is a search engine that we use to get information on what we do not know or what we want to learn. So just like Google, a search engine, Showdown is also a search engine or a search tool. However, this one is more narrowed to devices that are connected to the internet. So you cannot go to Showdown and say, what is a cat? Right? Yes. But you can go to Google and ask Google, what is a cat? So a search engine like Google that is used to find internet-connected devices, and it helps us to get these devices such as IoT devices like our watches, our fridges, like our dear friend mentioned earlier. We also have baby monitors. Imagine a baby monitor being on the internet. And as we are going to see later, some of them are actually vulnerable. We also have wide range of industries that have their energy, power, and transportation systems connected via the internet. Some also describe Showdown as a search engine that provides metadata of service banners to the client. Now, why is this topic actually important? The main reason why it is important to discuss Showdown is because today we have almost all of our devices connected to the internet. We will not attest to that fact. But what happens if your internet is connected to the internet and it is not protected? Another thing to think about is going to be disastrous, especially for industries, companies. And so if our devices are connected to the internet and they are not protected, it's easy for attackers or hackers to break into our network and then do whatever that they wish to do with the data or information that they get from it. Now, Showdown, how does it work? What does Showdown have for us? So we've seen that it's a search engine used to find devices connected to the internet. It has this feature of result mapping. So this is basically how it prints out or displays the search results of what you found. So as we are going to see later, the Showdown interface, when you search for something or a vulnerability or a system or a device you wish to know more information about, you see that it has a section that provides the total number of devices of that sort connected to the internet. It also gives you the total number of ports open, services that are running, organizations that use those devices. So basically, the result mapping feature just makes everything simple for you to read and understand. Nothing difficult. Then we have exploit tracking. So this is where it gets interesting. Some of us just get up one day and then we want to see devices that are vulnerable on the internet and see what we can do with them. You're also going to see that this session actually is, please, disclaimer, for academic purposes only. When you go and try it and you are caught, I don't know you. Yes, don't say I taught you or I told you about it. So exploit tracking, we'll see that some of the devices that are connected are actually having their vulnerabilities listed out. So you see the kind of vulnerability that the device has or the loopholes that it would have, which makes your work easier. You are not going to now think and then ask yourself, so what at all can I get from this system, or how vulnerable is this device? Everything is listed out for you. That is the exploit tracking feature. Now we have the status reports. So we saw that Shodan gives you metadata, or the service banners have the metadata provided to the client. So the status report gives more details on what the system or the device that you are looking for has. So you see that it gives you the status report like 200, which we all know that it's okay, it's up and running. You're also going to see the forbidden status reports. Then you also see that it provides the various ports that are opened on a particular device. So you see the TCP, you see the SSH ports and all that. So that is about the status reports. Now, community generated searches, this is basically how Shodan is able to put together your search filters and then just generate your report or your search for you. Then we have the Shodan API. Some of us are programmers, we like to code. Shodan API helps us to implement some of the features of Shodan in our codes as we write. And those of us who like to access Shodan via the terminal, those who like hacking and like using the Linux operating systems, you can access Shodan not just by the search engine or like via the GUI. You can do that in your terminal, which you have to first connect to Shodan via the Shodan API. Now, what are some of the benefits of Shodan? First of all, Shodan gives us the opportunity to discover the devices we own that are on the internet. Then, okay, my watch is on the internet. I have found it. What is it vulnerable to? Which people can see the things or the ports that are open on my watch or on my fridge? Is it going to be disastrous? What is going to happen if someone should lay their hands on the very detailed information that Shodan is going to give them? So home security, when you see that your devices are connected to the internet, it suddenly rings an alarm, or it tells you that you have to check if your systems are vulnerable. What is it vulnerable to? And then patch them. Okay, so if you find out that your authentication is disabled on your camera, your home camera, or on your fridge, maybe your fridge is the one that has passwords. I don't know which kind of fridge is that, but when you are somewhere, you can just connect to it and open it and close it at any time with a password. So if you have such a device like that, Shodan will help you to see that, oh, okay, my fridge is having its authentication disabled, so I have to do something about it. I have to enable the authentication. So that's it about home security. How about managing of infrastructure? So we have an organization whose devices are connected to the internet. Shodan helps them to manage the devices and then see the services that are running on it, which ones are supposed to be running but are not. And the ones that are running, are they open? Are they visible to people who are just looking out for opportunities to just chance upon their systems? And that also links to the enterprise security. So this is where IT professionals also sit down and then assess their internet connected devices and monitor it also, what services are coming in, which services are running on the device, and then what outsiders are also seeing, or the kind of information they get about their devices. Then they don't just see them, but if you see that your device is connected to the internet and there are any vulnerabilities, they do well to patch them, go back, monitor, okay, is it working? Do we see that this vulnerability has been patched or not, and what can be done about it? And also for market research, we would also see that Shodan provides the top organizations that are running a particular service, or the organizations that provide a device. So when you see that, you realize that, oh, okay, there are this and that number of other web cameras around. How many of them are there? Which services do they run? How do their customers enjoy using them? So they are able to analyze or perform competitive analysis, okay, and then see that this is what our competitors are doing. What can we also do about it? So it's not just for hackers, it's not just for those who are ensuring security in their enterprises, but also for the market researchers to see which competition is out there in the market and what they can do to improve their services. Then we have academic research. Like I said, once again, academic purposes, disclaimer, you are not allowed to just go and open Shodan and say, oh, okay, I have seen this open camera or this system on the internet. Let me see what I can do about it. You know, if you are caught, you are liable to being fined. It's illegal to just, enter systems without permission. So it's just academic research is for security professionals or people who want to learn, like myself and yourself sitting here today, to see, like we are doing, what Shodan is, what it does, how we can benefit from it, and some of the vulnerabilities in devices that are out there, and what we can also learn from them. Okay, so like I said, I'm not going to make it very long and boring. This is just a short theory of how Shodan can be accessed. So if you have your phones, you can just pick it up and try this. But please, disclaimer. So you can just take Shodan. If you don't have an account, you Google, you search for shodan.io. If you don't have an account, you sign up. If you have one already, you can just log in into Shodan. And when you do so, you see that there's a search bar or box where you can type the name of any IoT device that you'd like to access. However, it has a lot of filters. So you can narrow down your search by the geographical area of the device, because if you say, oh, I'm looking for webcams, you see so many webcams on the internet. So if you want easy access, you can just narrow it down to maybe Ghana or Liberia, anywhere, or even when you search for Ghana, you can still narrow it down to the city, like Accra or Kumasi. Alright, so enough of the plenty talk. In fact, my throat is getting dry. So we'll do a short demo of how Shodan can be used. Okay, so here we are going to take one very interesting. So as you are watching, you can also do same on your phone and then try to see the kind of searches that you would get, but please don't go any deeper. Like I said, it's for academic purposes only. So I mentioned earlier that Shodan it provides the result mapping feature. Just like you can see on our left side, we see the total results, then we have the countries, we have the total number of ports over here, and the ones that come in as top, then we have the organizations and then the products. So let's do this and then see what we would find. So this particular search is telling us that we are looking for any service that is running on HTTP and has the index of /path and also has the extension .sql. And as we can see, we have a total of 838 of such search. And then the top country is United States. We have the ports, we have the organizations, the products. So honestly, I don't want to go any deeper. Someone can go and report me that I have done something illegal. So these are actually people's information out there, right? And we also mentioned the metadata. So as you click, you will see more information. So this particular one is running on the Apache server version. Then we also see that its status report is okay, it's up and running. Then we have, okay, so let me just do one quickly. You know, the temptation is always there, but don't try it at home. So this is just one of such. And from here, we can see that this is having the size of 2.6 gig. That should tell you the kind of information or data that this particular server is holding. So we will not try accessing it. It's just to see that it is up there and it's not so safe. Actually, it's not safe at all. Then we'll also see another one that has to do with services running on WordPress. Yes, so this one is also HTTP servers that have the WordPress configuration and then the extension .php. We'll try that search. And this particular one gives us an interesting result. Okay, when I was going through, I saw interesting things. Okay, so for this, we have total results of 16. We have the countries and all of that. So when you see what is happening in Germany, they have their WordPress configuration code, and easily you can identify the password, the username and password of this particular database. And I mean, I'm sure most of us know what databases are. So just imagine a hacker or a malicious user getting his hands on. I'm sure some of you are just looking out to see the password. So I'll just close it quickly. If you try it at home and you are called, I don't know you. Yes. So you will see that the password is out there in plain text. The username is also out there. You'd even find the device host name also, which is not safe at all. So we'll continue. And we are in Ghana, so it will not be nice if you don't do anything in Ghana here. So we'll try something from Ghana too. Do you want to know? You have to narrow it down to us here. Okay, so that's a lot for Ghana alone. We have 6,233 running. So devices that are running port 80 in Ghana here. So like I said, you can filter your searches based on what you want. So if you search only port 80, you are going to get more than this 6,000 searches that you are getting. In fact, there are lots of services running port 80 in the world. So imagine the number of searches you get. So just for Ghana alone, we have Accra having the top number, then followed by Kumasi and Tema. Then we have the organizations, the Ghana Telecommunications. Then we have the internet. Then we also have the top operating systems, and Windows is one of them. And as you are going to see, some of them have their vulnerabilities. When you click on it, you see that the vulnerabilities are listed there, and you may not even be able to count the number of vulnerabilities, which is sad and interesting. So this is just for us to know that this is what is going on. But it is interesting to note that there are this number of vulnerabilities on a particular service. I'm tempted to click one, but no, we are in Ghana. If you want me to click one, that is how it works. I'll click only one. I'll click only one. Then you open one and then. Okay. So let's see what's going on here. Okay. So when you go to advanced, the temptation is serious. Okay, let's see what we get. So we are brought to a login interface. Now this one is also where it gets interesting, right? Some of our devices by default come with usernames and passwords. And most of us forget, it's not that we forget, we don't even know that we are supposed to change the password. So imagine a system like this probably running with the default credentials. Sometimes, mostly you can just do admin, and then you get the system. But I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. It is not allowed. Demo session does not permit us to do everything. So that is just one of them. Let's see what we have for webcams. I mean, we are talking of IoT devices. And mostly when we say IoT devices, what comes to our mind is the webcams. So let's see what we have for webcams. So this is looking for web cameras that are running on Windows 7 or with a webcam XP and have the HTTP component modules. And we have 52 of them. And this one I can tell you is not illegal because I just did my search and then I'm seeing this. But then the further you go, that is where it becomes illegal. So you can just see the feed of whatever is going on. You see someone's garage. And we can even clear this to just look for the webcams. And we see even a larger number of them. So this is also just to emphasize the point that the filter search or narrowing down your search to the specifics of what you are looking for is also very important so that you don't have to waste your time looking at all these things. So we have the United States, we have the ports, we have the organizations, the products, and then you see that Windows is on top of them. So this is just one of them. All right. So try and then do another one. I'm sure most of us like this part of it. So let's see what we'll get for this also. Right, so this is also looking for any webcam server that's having the status okay, and we have 109 of them. So this is someone's company, probably, or a factory, which is just running. What is this? Someone's door. Wow, very interesting, right? So Shodan is actually a very interesting search engine that helps us to get the devices that are connected on the internet. I want to show you an example of one that can give you authentication disabled. So you can just search for devices that have their authentications disabled, and this is how you can perform that search. Okay. In Ghana, we have about 30 of them. Accra is topping. So when you try clicking on this, you see that it has given you that there are vulnerabilities. Now these are the vulnerabilities. And when we look here, it goes on and on and on. That's a lot of vulnerabilities for just one device. Okay. And then we mentioned the metadata also. We have the open ports over here, a lot of them. So we see we can access the web interface over here, then the other ports also open. And this is, for us, we are just looking at it, so we are wondering, what is this? But someone who knows what he is looking for can do a lot with this amount of information. Right. So we'll go back quickly, and that is just to show us how you can narrow down your search to just the specific thing that you are looking for. So that's it about the web interface. And when you go to, for those who would like to implement Shodan API in their codes as programmers, or want to access Shodan via their terminals, we have, like I mentioned, the account here. Now the world is dangerous. We are finding ways to secure ourselves. So for protection, for my protection, I'm not going to click on account, else you see my information there. So maybe we can check yours. You click on account, you see your username, you see your email, and you see your Shodan API key, which you can copy. When you copy it, because of time, I will not show the terminal part. You can just copy your Shodan API key. Before that, you'd first have to initiate or initialize the Shodan service in your terminal or on your system. So you first do Shodan init, that's the command, Shodan init, then you paste your API key, and that connects your system to your Shodan account. Then from there, you can just do Shodan post, then the IP address. So if you come here, and then maybe you have an IP address in mind already, or you can just do something like this. You have this particular, let's say we have this particular IP address, you can just do Shodan post, then this IP address. It will give you all the information you need to know about this particular IP. So you would have the country, the city, the ports that are running, the number of ports, and then specifically the ports that are running. So that should be it for the Shodan API key. All right. So are you guys? You are not. You look. Some people look interested. Some people too seem like they are getting bored.
They are practicing on their phone.
Oh, okay. I see. That's actually nice. I mean, but then once it is for educational purposes, you are just seeing what is happening in the world. Don't go any further. Okay, I'll keep saying that. It's strictly for educational purposes. If they catch you, I don't know you. So that should do for our demo. We could have gone further, but time is not on our side. So we saw how Shodan can be used with a browser. And then I also just quickly mentioned how you can use it on your terminal as a Linux user. And I think that should do for my presentation. But before that, let me just give a quick summary of what we've done, just in case some of us have forgotten. It should be a 2-minute recap. So we've talked about IoT, what IoT is. We've seen that there are devices that are connected to the internet and can just communicate with each other without we having to sometimes initiate what is going on. We have also seen what vulnerabilities are, the weaknesses in the systems that can allow malicious users to break into them. We've also seen what Shodan is. That is the main topic of discussion. What Shodan is, how it works, some of the features, very interesting features Shodan has. And for me, the interesting part is how you can narrow down your search to what you want, what exactly you want. And also the vulnerabilities it just lists out for you. We've also seen that Shodan is basically something that helps us to stay on guard. Okay, that is the point. Now, day in, day out, like we heard from the introduction or the evolution of cybersecurity, day in, day out, our systems are being upgraded and new ones are coming in. And so it requires extra effort for us to protect our systems. We sleep in our houses, we lock the door. So why would you have your devices on the internet without protecting them? Everything needs to be protected, including our devices that are connected to the internet. And that's the importance of our discussion. So we have to keep that in mind. For the individual users, make sure your devices are connected. I will not do it for you. Make sure your devices are protected. Sorry, I will not do it for you. No one will do it for you. Make sure it's protected. Then for the industry, those of us who are workers, those of us who are employers, the employees, what can we do to ensure that our systems are not just up there and people accessing it like we did today? So that should do for IoT devices, vulnerabilities using Shodan. I think I've spoken a lot. And I didn't pass out, thankfully. My friend here helped me in the beginning, so I was safe. think that is it. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please let your questions be like me, okay?
Yeah, we have a lot of questions.
A lot.
So, can I see the hands up?
Okay, so you said the ball rolling.
Hey, MC, we have a question.
Thank you very much, Sarah. My question is simple, right? So if you see all these vulnerabilities on Shoulder,
Yes.
how do you communicate it to the people? Do you have any policy or guidelines, that guide you in communicating it to those who are vulnerable?
Okay, that's a very interesting question, and mostly it depends on the part of the world you live in. Sometimes someone will tell you that, or an organization can tell you that you saw this on the internet, so how sure are we that you didn't do anything with it? And I think that is the problem here in Ghana. So a lot of us just see it and then we just bat our eyes at it or to it and then forget about it. But sometimes, or in some cases, when you open it, you can see the information about the organization, the place it is. You can try as much as possible to contact them and then tell them that this is what I have found on your system. These and these vulnerabilities are there. But like I said, it depends on where you are. In Ghana here, it may be something else. Yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any more contribution to that? Host, are you okay with your question? Okay, thank you. So, please, you're welcome. Your name, please.
Yes, please. My name is Eddie. I'm a cyber forensic analyst.
Okay.
I just wanted to add to what you were talking about.
Okay.
So basically, you see there are a lot of devices that are vulnerable on shoulder, but it's very easy for you to feel like, okay, these devices are so vulnerable, but majority of the time, some of these devices are also very less vulnerable for cyber threat intelligence. So you know that during recon, sometimes for a pen test, you want to find where you can get a wealth of information to begin your journey. And so we know that Shodan is a very good place to get that kind of wealth of information. And so sometimes these devices which are there, you are talking about people being caught when they try to access these devices, which I feel like you should have gone much deeper into. Because on the cyber forensic side, we look at the firmware, the framework, how data is stored in the first place on these IoT devices, so that in case they are ever used to commit a crime, we can look at how to extract data to be able to pinpoint how the entry occurred, the time, and who exactly accessed it. And the issue with IoT devices is that based on the manufacturers, they do not have like a united way of making their devices such that they have the same level of security. And so some IoT devices appear to be much more secure than others. And the other issue also with the IoT devices is that some are also dependent on mobile phones, dependent on cloud, and also dependent on computers. And so when we get a device which then becomes an embedded system which has network capabilities, there's always like a cache memory that is supposed to store data temporarily. And sometimes this data is also transferred to the dependent, which can be the mobile phone, the cloud, or the computer. And for example, every time you connect to the vulnerable device, your IP address is stored. And just like you were able to map the IP address to the particular location, your location can also be detected. All right. Now, moving forward, everything that you begin to do in terms of interaction with that IP address begins to give us alerts on the operating system you were using, the kind of device you were using, a whole wealth of information. And if you are in the threat intelligence and threat hunting field, this is very good, especially when you have an organization you're trying to secure and you want to just create vulnerable devices which are connected to the organization to just have an idea of the kind of threats out there which are targeting the particular organization. All right, so we could just go through the logs of the vulnerable IoT devices and actually be able to map out locations where attacks are coming out or people are trying to access. And if you're also able to go deeper into the forensics, you can even see what the people attempted to do. It's supposed to lead to a dead end, but the appearance on Shodan is always a good, it looks like a very sweet honeypot that people want to dip their fingers in.
Yeah.
All right.
That's true. Thank you so much. Please let's appreciate you. Thank you so much for the contribution.
Thank you very much. Who's next? Contribution, questions?
Yeah. I'm Surface, risk analyst and network and information security practitioner. And I want to say, Brother Kofi, right?
Yes.
You made mention of the Israelites going to spy, and I was so, enthused about it.
Yeah.
And with your side there, showing that you are talking about, I thought we can go further. You know, when it comes to hacking, let me put it this way, you are just doing a gathering. So gathering, you have not committed any crime, right? So you have delved into it more, well done. And I must say, we have more hacking ways. And this is just the intro part. If you are here, what it is, to be honest with you, nothing has been done yet. But mind you, we are in Ghana. Don't think we don't have laws governing this thing. That was last week. We were at Labadi Beach, All Africa Sun, data protection. It was very massive. The laws are there. So if you are here and you think you can enter into somebody's system and commit a crime, let me tell you, people are there monitoring. Later, maybe you'll talk about SOC and stuff like that. But just learn. It's a broad something. And we should appreciate our sister. Well done. Most we don't see female going through that level.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Both of us coming from academic backgrounds, I think majority of the people here are IT based, not like us. Thank you. So we are still learning, and in fact, this is my first time learning things like this. Actually, I wanted to ask, with this, how does it have an impact, or how do people use this to assess academic research? I think you talked about marketing research, academic research. How is it going to help us in terms of academic and marketing research? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So, like I mentioned earlier, for academic research, it helps us to know what existing devices are there, one, then the vulnerabilities that these devices hold. So mostly it's for security researchers who are looking out to see devices vulnerable, the organizations that have these devices, and then the kind of services they are running, which are vulnerable. So we saw that Windows, for instance, had most of the vulnerabilities when we searched for the webcam 7 or webcam XP, right? So it's just to gather information to learn the kind of vulnerabilities that are out there that we can get more information about to see what kind of vulnerabilities they are, especially, and then how they can be exploited by malicious users. And then we get to know that, okay, fine, this is what is going on. Then what do people also use with the kind of information they get? Actually, like was said, Shodan is not as simple as this. However, because of the scope of this presentation, it's not going to be something huge that we can learn everything from. We don't learn everything in a day. So it's just, for now, you get the information that you need to see how it works, what you can get with it, what you can do with it, and why in the first place you want to even get those information. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Wow, the questions are coming, or their contributions. I'm hoping their contributions.
Okay, so my friend is a student of English, and I want to ask a question pertaining to what brother was talking about. He said some of these vulnerable children are intention plays, and I would want to ask whether they are like some kind of a bait for hackers or something, because he spoke about the fact that cyber forensic guys are able to access the cache memory to know the IPs that are logging in, trying to. So it's like some kind of, they are trying to use it as a bait to know the places where the attacks are coming from. So I want to ask, is there a way where the hackers or the penetration testers can clear their IPs from
So that question is directed to me or to him?
All right. Before I answer this question, I just wanted to contribute to the person that was asking about the academic research. I'm personally doing research when it comes to IoT devices. So she spoke about, yes, for cybersecurity researchers, when you are looking at the various vulnerabilities that come with these IoT devices, the operating systems they are associated with their ports and the common vulnerabilities that are known out there. Another thing also is that in the space of IoT, there's a lot of improvements that is coming. All right, there's a lot that hasn't yet been implemented, because I always feel like the academic research is always ahead, and then the implementation body takes some time before they implement it. All right, and so when we look at the academic research area, one of the first issues that arose with this whole IT ecosystem was the subject of these IoT devices and how they function together. All right, and so there are different architectures that we use to connect them, but the popular one now we know is the cloud. But before that, it was actually, some of them had to be hardwired, some of them had to be combined with the electrical system within, let's say, a smart home. All right, so let's say that's just one side. Okay, now in the security aspect, the concern also is that looking at how small these devices are, they can't handle, or they don't have the nodes to be able to handle the level of encryption that mobile phones and computers have. All right, now if you try to run a high-end encryption on an IoT device, you end up blowing the device, or you end up overloading the node such that even makes it more vulnerable. So the research that got into it was that, okay, how do we still then bring a certain high-level security to IoT devices? So that's when we had IoT mobile-dependent devices and IoT cloud-dependent devices. All right. So what happens is that when you have the IoT device, it now becomes dependent on the mobile phone to handle the levels of encryption it couldn't handle. But even with the mobile phone, you see that currently there's a great desire for battery capacity. Anyone who is buying a phone now is very concerned about the longevity of their battery. And running encryptions or trying to decrypt on your mobile phone drains a lot of battery. So even the mobile phones, you are having a collaboration of mobile cloud where they are offloading all forms of encryption and authentication to the cloud. All right, because by default or by virtue of distributed systems, you are having a combined servers, RAM, which are able to handle those levels of encryption. All right. So in the when we look at showdown and we look at the vulnerabilities that are going out with the devices, we're also able on the security side to also look at various collaborations that can happen between the cloud and then the IoT device to better secure. All right. If you are having an IoT device that is dependent on the cloud, what it's constantly going to be doing is that every information, anything that is receiving, is pushing it to the cloud, and the cloud is also storing it. All right. And one of the nice things about storage media is that as soon as data gets on it, there's a persistence mode. So even when you try to delete it, with some level of forensics, we are still able to retrieve that data. All right. So that's for the research side. So you can still look into more.
Kofi has something to say to that as well.
Thank you. So I just want to chip in here because we're having a very good conversation going on here, right? And yeah, I know we have time, but it is our own event, right? We control the outcome of it, right? When it's here to 8 o'clock and we're able to like capture something, we'll stay to 8 o'clock, right? If you can't, you can just leave. I'm just joking. Okay. So each time that I'm teaching cybersecurity, right? It's like you being a medical person, and I come to you and I tell you about what is the best area to go to in the medical field. Well, if you are the only one who works only on females, you will talk about your side, right? Well, she may work on the feet, right? You may not understand what she does, right? He may work on children, but they are all the same medical field, right? The same to cybersecurity. People sometimes make a mistake, and we talk about cybersecurity, it's all about hacking, but it's not. We have different departments in cybersecurity, right? We have those who do IT audit. We have those who do offense security, the ones who do hack. That is where I specialize in. We have defensive security, the ones who protect. So SOC analysts, forensics, the guys who try to protect. Okay, we have G's in GRC, governance, risk, and compliance. The one who walk around with the papers, like, be compliant, right? So there's so many pieces within cybersecurity that it's not all about just hacking. Okay, now when you come into this room right now, what she's talking about is more of offensive security, where you gather intelligence to try to use that to attack offensively. What he's talking about is defensive, so that we can stick and then be able to identify what we're talking about right now. Her topic is more about offensive. Sometimes you can use it for defensive way, because once you know what you have exposed, now you can protect yourself defensively. Okay, now sometimes we get so hooked up into technicality, sometimes you confuse other people. So for Shodan, she only has like 25 minutes or so, right? She can't talk about everything about Shodan. In fact, we can take the whole day talking about just recon, just reconnaissance. There are so many other platforms even beyond Shodan. We have sensors, we have like a whole bunch of other platforms, right? That is the same thing that she's doing. So that we can respect other people, because we have others like, virtually trying to present, we can stick with this within her presentation, and in the future, we can have more talking. I do like this vibe. Like, this is my first time in Ghana, like having this vibe, very amazing. So we can maybe bring some of you guys in here and talk about some of these, because it's very, very interesting. Whenever you perform attacks on offensive security person, you are leaving a footprint. Everything you do, there's a footprint. That's the reason why you have to find ways to protect yourself, wipe out attackers like wipe out, and they'll maybe randomize your MAC addresses and stuff. Like you're talking about how to hide IP address, you can't hide those things, we'll still find you. But they can try to like randomize your MAC address and how we make those guys work difficult, forensic analysts that make work difficult, right? But the whole point is it's a very small time frame for her to talk about Shodan. She didn't even go about the back end, how does Shodan get all this information? They scan the internet. They have a whole tools that keep scanning every single day, right? She didn't talk about those things, but let's respect the time, and also those who may not be in the arena of hacking, and then maybe later on we can have an ice breaking and talk more about it, because I'm very interested about forensic as well. That would have been my last, my next career if I didn't pick offensive security, but
thank you.
All right, thank you guys.
Okay, so let's put our hands together for Simon. That was amazing. Please put your hands together. Let's appreciate that. Thank you. I understand most panelists are online waiting for us. Another big fish. So I'll read out his profile so we can just go straight to the point. Now, he's aware,
So the next section is practicing offensive security with cyber regulation. Practicing offensive security with cyber regulations. So our next speaker is a lawyer and a data privacy information security practitioner, specializing in cyber laws, global data privacy, open source intelligence gathering, and technology policy research, with over a decade and a half of industry experience in cybersecurity across countries like Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. He is the founder of Information Security Architect Limited, Rapid 7 Gold Partner, a Rapid 7 Gold Partner company in Ghana. He is GW, I don't know what GW stands for, but I'm sure he will explain that. GW Law Merit Scholar and hosts an LLM, National Security and Cybersecurity from George Washington University. He is passionate about the convergence between technology, law, and policy, and currently volunteers as a lead researcher for Guardian Safety Framework for the Metaverse with XR Safety Intelligence in California, and an associate with Child Online Africa. He is a fellow with the Center for AI and Digital Policy and the Internet Security Alliance in the United States of America. He is a member of the Ghana Bar Association, ISC2, IAPP, ISOC, SIG, that's Cybersecurity and Online Safety, and then IIPJ, to speak to us on practicing offensive security within cyber regulation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Desmond Israel Esquire to the crowd.
Hello.
Hi, Desmond.
Confirm if you can hear me so that I can proceed.
Yes, we can hear you, but if you can be a bit audible, we'll be grateful.
Thank you so much for having me on the call. My big shouts go to Asamoah and Gavin for putting this together, and I've been following the conversation. Pretty much, some of the questions that were being asked concerning the legal arena will fall into my presentation, and I'm glad I'm just doing this presentation right after Ella has done that beautiful work. For the records, Shodan is part of the work that I do because I'm an OSINTer as well, so I play around that place. Yeah, so the profile was well given, so it's the same thing that you see on the screen. GW is actually George Washington, which is a university in the United States. My last recent studies was in national security and cybersecurity, and I did that as a merit scholar, so that's what's about it. My module is discipline is not the enemy of enthusiasm. So that's communicating to everybody who feels like, okay, this is the field I can just mess around with. Nah, you can be clean, you can make it big within the space. You can have the respect you need, and you can still have fun. I mean, you can have a lot of war stories. We've been telling war stories since 2005. So it is what it is. So I think that you should just take it easy about intrusion and the likes. But I'll tell you a lot of things today, so let me just signpost you on my story. I'm just going to explain to you what offensive security is from the context in which you are looking at it, which is my conversation with you. Yes, and then Asamoah also made an attempt on the offensive defensive security. I have something on that, and also to go the middle ground for you. Then I will try to organize the cyber laws in your mind. So though I'm a lawyer, I'm trying to present this to a community of interest. I want you to appreciate it. So I'm not just trying to bamboozle you with the section this, section that. No, that's not why I'm here. I'm actually here to help you to understand that these are how the law works, and this is how you navigate through your work. Okay, and then of course we'll look at violations and the evidence. Things that can lead to violations, how the evidence can be picked up, and then things that I think that you should pay attention to. Then we'll build a quick scenario, then you can ask me questions from there. So I'm taking your permission to jump in straight away to start with explanation. So I have this on my screen right now. I don't know if it's changed and you can see it now, but what you're supposed to see now is a screen that is giving like a flowchart explaining offensive security. So to start with, I want you to have in mind this. The focus is about activities that gives access. Okay, that's the focus. So put that in at the back of your mind. The focus of offensive security is about activities that gives access. Right now, these access are meant for digital assets. Digital assets. So access into digital assets. And clearly, we do this because we want to identify vulnerabilities and address them. That's it. That's what offensive security is about. So let that be at the back of your mind. But what can offensive security lead to when you are looking at it from a legal point of view? Now split the yard. You are going to have it authorized or unauthorized. Okay, so let's deal with the top blue side about authorized. When it is authorized, we are doing things like social engineering, which is the SE. We are doing things like research. Ella mentioned that security research. I've been doing research, both technical research and direct academic research, and a blend of both. So I do a bit of offensive security when I'm trying to put my papers together, especially to advise policymakers on some of the laws that they make and what it means to industry. And then there is teaming. So teaming is essentially when you bring offensive, defensive together. So we have red team, blue team, purple team, and there's new more colored teams coming up recently, depending on what you're looking at. And then I have people like Sergio and Kwesi and Joe and Kevin himself, who's been into Back Bounty, where you look for security vulnerabilities in applications and you get paid. So Back Bounty is also some authorized form of offensive security. And then you have exploit development. So if you look at the top side that I'm giving you, that's about authorized offensive security. So you have permission to do these things, right? And then you have unauthorized offensive security, which is where the problem comes in, which is where people like my forensic dude who spoke beautifully about the work that he does, they will come in. That is where law enforcement will come in. That is where you will need to pay me top dollars to be your lawyer. That is where we appear before a judge who will be determining the matter and making a finding. So who will be hearing us, making a finding and determining the matter. So under the unauthorized side of offensive security, there are three things that are going to happen. It will be unauthorized because maybe it's accidental. At that point, what you need to establish is good faith. That no, I didn't mean it. This is what I was trying to do, right? Because the law is very dicey, such that there are things like strict liability where these good faith might not even help you, but it will mitigate whatever sentence or damages you may have caused in your unauthorized engagement. So there is accidental, which can lead to unauthorized offensive security. And then there is the intentional, which clearly would be criminal. When it is intentional, then it is criminal. So you go straight to criminal liability, and there are a lot of laws that will pick you up in no time. Even in Ghana, off the top of my head, in Ghana alone, Electronic Transactions Act, Electronic Communications Act, Cybersecurity Act, Data Privacy Act, these are laws that are just lurking around the corner watching you. Someone will say, I'm waiting for you to make the mistake. I'm the guy in the shadows. So you need to pay attention. If you go in intentionally to intrude on people's digital assets using unauthorized offensive security means you're exposing yourself out to criminal liability. Then finally, research. Research, we've been there before. I mean, this is where you make responsible disclosure, right? So you go in the security research, you're able to find out maybe from Shodan that 10,000 FTP ports are open in Accra. 5 of those FTP ports are vulnerable to a brute force attack. Maybe you use a Hydra to do a basic brute force against these port numbers, and you're able to find out that you can actually get in. Good. This is where the problem is. At the point that you fail to disclose this to the asset owner under a responsible disclosure, then you are opening yourself up to the intentional intrusion into that space, unauthorized. And that is where law enforcement will come in. That is where forensics will be looking out for you, and you need to pay attention to that. So I hope I've done a good job explaining the whole concept of offensive security within these few minutes. I'm more open to hearing questions from you, so I plan to make my presentation very brief. So this is a big picture for you, and I hope it's clear on your screen. I'm not sure. You know, we might have a delay in communication flow, but I hope you can see the screen now. I have offensive security on your left, and I have defensive security on your right, and in the middle is merging both to have what we call the middle ground. Now, I've mentioned most of the offensive security stuff for you already from the previous slide, and my experience is you don't repeat yourself. So clearly, the things you saw earlier about offensive security is what matches you on the left. And then on the right, Kofi mentioned a number of them. Look at it from this point of view. Network security guys implementing firewalls, intrusion detection, encryption, anti-malware or endpoint security, access control, data loss prevention. These are things that comes into the defensive security side of play. So they are like the blue team for you, and then on the other side you have the red team. In the middle is where you put both together and they align, and you have something like the purple team. Okay, so at that point you're doing threat intelligence. We're trying to find out, okay, how vulnerable are we from the border point of view? How vulnerable are we from the insider point of view? How vulnerable are we from the dark web point of view? Do we have email compromises out there? Do we have some of our subdomains which have been marked still exposed out there? Then you do vulnerability management. I started from vulnerability management. I was a vuln assessor for a long time, probably 6 years before I even started to do anything of offensive security. And it wasn't called offensive security at the time. It was not even called ethical hacking. All we know is computer hacking. And then network segmentation, data, disaster recovery planning, incident response when things happen, how do we get back on our feet, and then awareness training where we try to empower users, you know, through the awareness itself, training, education, and capacity building. So that's it for you. And if you've been wondering what this whole thing is about, I thought that I should give you a very good background before I jump you in next to my storyline, which is how to organize a cyber loss in your mind. So next slide is dealing with the organization of cyber loss and how you should see it, how you should perceive it. Good. Now, start this way. Every cyber law, and you can quote me anywhere, okay? Every cyber law is designed to protect computing devices, or you would say computing environment, and then rights of individuals. Individuals here, we can even add corporates to it, because a corporate has the right to their intellectual property. So if, for instance, you had a movie server, you've actually intruded in somebody's on the rights of somebody's intellectual property by accessing the movie. So two things are going to happen. You'll be charged for accessing, and you'll be charged for intellectual property breach. One is criminal, one is civil, where you are sued in court. You don't necessarily go to jail, but you found for what the lawyers call damages, and you pay a certain amount of money for breach of that intellectual property. And very basic example I can give you: torrent. A torrent in itself, you know, it breaches access, because torrents do not have authorized access to the portals on which they go and download movies, and then they breach people's digital rights. Now, as I got out of the deep offensive security and started working with corporates and started doing research and started speaking about policy and advising policymakers and lawmakers, you know, and leading tech in conversations and trying to be a top leader about this subject, I realized that if people intruded on my space in terms of work that I have done for so many years that I do not intend to make them open source, how would I feel about it? You know, take the emotions out of it. Let's just be very objective and appreciate why laws are there. People have the right to own what they want to own and refuse to share it with you. The only condition is, and which the whole world has agreed to, is when you develop something that is a lifesaver, or that is the integral part of the life of human beings, you cannot own it as a sole intellectual property. If that is not the case, the internet would have been the property of the United States, and none of you will be on this call. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. And that is why the internet is dead. Linux was developed under open source license because the intention was not to shoot down Microsoft, but to give you an alternative which is cost effective. So you decide which one you want to use, right? And so I'm giving you these things because these are your daily experiences, and I'm trying to build a balance for my audience. So out of the focus of the cyber law, which is to protect computing devices in digital environments and also the rights of individuals, good things come out from there. Cybercrime, digital rights, and the others. Now, and the cybercrime is basically very simple. And I'll take you to the next step when you are looking at the evaluation, how the crime is determined. But it's very simple. It's looking at whether you have unauthorized access, right? Unauthorized access, unauthorized modification, unauthorized disruption of service and things like that. And just to give you some examples, in Ghana, currently the Cybersecurity Act 2020 pretty much is the most recent and kind of like trying to omnibus everything, but the Electronic Transactions Act is still there, still valid, portions of it are still required. Data Privacy Act, which is the Data Protection Act 2012, which are the ones that the Electronic Communications Act, you know, even the NITA law, the NCA law. Sorry, let me drink water. Yeah, I'm under drink water. So those laws are there for the Ghana side, but I just wanted to give you a perspective because our cyber work does not stick within a particular jurisdiction. When I'm giving the pen testing job to do, and I'm engaged in that work, I could have a client whose cloud server is sitting in the US or in the EU, okay? So even though I'm working from Ghana, I'm actually having my legs out there in other jurisdiction because of what I'm accessing. Currently, I'm in the US. I just did a project with the team back in Ghana. Whilst I'm here, I was accessing servers which were back in Ghana, right? So just to give you the context that we've moved beyond this you playing with the tools. No. Learn everything wholesome. Learn the skill, learn the environment, and learn the laws or other regulations that apply to you because you want to be a master of these crafts. You don't just want to be a riffraff. You don't want people to look down on you as though you have nothing to offer, right? We have colleagues in Kenya, for instance, and recently I was speaking to one of the people, my contemporaries are the people I started with, you know, Asamoah, Byte, and the rest, Albert and Co. And I was speaking to Byte recently, and was telling me about a colleague I met 2018 in Kenya. He's currently in prison. Why? He put the team together. He's very skilled. He was the first person I saw use Showdown for full research, Showdown and Google Big Data for full research concerning the vulnerabilities in the Kenya ecosystem. Anyway, back to my story. This dude put a team together and they were all the way to where he became an advisor to the Wall Street. That is the level I want you to take your skill. That is the level I want you to take the ByteTime session serious. That you are putting all the knowledge together to be the best, the crisp of the top. So from Ghana all the way to Australia, there are laws. Ghana Cybersecurity Act, US Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, UK Computer Misuse Act, Canada Criminal Code Section 342.1, 342.7, Singapore Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act, China Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China Amendment IX, and Australia Criminal Code Amendment Unauthorized Modification of Data Act 2007. Then you go into the international space. AU has their own, the Malabo Convention. The European Union has their own, the Budapest Convention. And even ECOWAS has their own. So you see, I'm just giving you a context that the laws are all around you, you know, and separate the effectiveness of the laws from the effectiveness of technical controls, international collaboration, and education. They are individual components of our cyber ecosystem and cybersphere. But they come together to give you that national resilience, which is another conversation for another day. And I'm sure at this time, Kofi will be smiling at me too. And then let's look at the other part, which do not always come in, and they are the national security and surveillance laws. They are also out there looking out for you for some of these violations. And then you have digital rights and the others. Digital rights would include privacy issues, so the data protection and privacy laws, DPA for Ghana, COPPA for California, GDPR for EU, PPDA for Canada, PIPO for China. These are all different data protection laws. Like I said, I didn't come here to bore you. I want to excite you about the subject. And then the intellectual property laws. So you got copyright, patents, trademark, trade secrets. Any action you do that infringes of these things is only actually open you to the kind of realms of legal abilities, whether civil or criminal. Then we have electronic communications and transactions where contracts, trespass, electronic communications, anything happening within the digital space is captured under those laws. And then anti-money laundering. I trained with anti-money laundering as a compliance dude. I was the anti-money laundering officer, statutorily appointed for OBA. Those who know, it's a payment app back in Ghana. And I did that job for almost 6 years. And then you have the digital payment and services laws, like the recent ones, which is governing the fintechs. These are how the laws are organized, and I hope that I presented it to you in a manner which makes you appreciate it. Jump next. Your next slide, and I try to explain the slide because I'm streaming and it might delay. So your next slide is supposed to show you your cyber regulation and standards, how they work. Okay, how they work, and I want these to like be your trump card as you move around. Now, when you on your left is that circle that the laws, regulations, standards, and guidelines. And then the opposite is protecting computing devices in the right. So if you followed me from the previous slide, you see that this is a continuation of the previous slide. So the new thing here is the blue boxes that are down there. So the first thing the law is looking for, does it have authorization? That's how it works. So you're doing showdown. Beautiful presentation by Ella once again. Beautiful, beautiful. I mean, I don't know, maybe because I went to showdown, I just love the way you did it. She did what I call the class one style. Anybody who's not used showdown before appreciates what she did. And anyone who is using it every day would also appreciate it. So that's why I'm giving her all the props. I think I love the way she did that presentation. So let's use her presentation as an example, because everybody was like all over the place talking about it. People wanted to go further, go further, go further. No, take it this way. In offensive security, the gathering of the information from non-intrusive methods are legal. Intrusive methods are methods of unauthorized access unless we have consent, authorization, which is something I'll talk about on the next slide. We need authorization. If we don't have authorization, then we have a problem, right? So I can gather the information with you, volumes of it. I use OSINT framework, so I do from people, telephone numbers, social media handlers, and things like that, and IoT devices, and it goes on and on. Some of these things are even scripted, so you don't even do it from the browser. You do it from the command line. You script it. You go to bed. You wake up, and a whole CSV file is waiting for you, containing the things that you need to analyze. So clearly, you need authorization, because once you gather the information, you've gone beyond. So once you gather the information, you are within the legal requirement. When you move beyond gathering the information, it's now going to find out, okay, it's default, of course, the default account. No problem. The vulnerability is that the IoT is surfacing on a public interface, and it has default credentials. That information we can report under responsible disclosure as a researcher, or give it to our clients where we are doing a corporate, maybe BAPT on IoT. But because I'm discussing the unauthorized aspect of it, which is where the law deals with you, if you use that default credentials, your argument in court is not going to be, oh, by my law, these default credentials, I only try to test it. No, it's unauthorized access. Who authorized you to use the different default credentials? And this conversation is always meant for the ethical space. So don't get me wrong, if you don't have interest in dealing with us, we are in the ethical space. We have the knowledge, but we don't want to do bad with it. But if your conversation is different, that is, you want to go out there like my dude in Kenya, you are on a different wavelength. You don't even need to pay attention to me on this call. Blow until you are caught, right? Just do it. But we are here because we want to build a community of ethical people, ethical, smart, skilled people, and that's why we're having this conversation. So first thing you do with looking at authorization is check the country in which you are. And you see why I said Ella did a good job. She said it clearly. She didn't even mean say what. She was like, okay, I'm in Ghana. And she knows that in Ghana, laws will pick her up if she does it. And you guys were forgetting that she is streaming on YouTube. And someone else will be watching. Maybe that person is a law enforcement agency, because here in the US, the CIA is attending conferences of dark web, conferences of ethical hackers, conferences of black hat hackers and all that. There's a reason why they are there. They aren't stupid. They are there to assess what is being done, so they know how to also move. So she was smart when she said that she identified the country in which she was. You can also consider your authorization by looking at the company that you are working with. Have they made a responsible disclosure that people can come in and do bug bounty, and they will get paid. If they have, then it means they've actually created some sort of express authorization for you to do it. Are you in a pen testing engagement? Has a pen testing agreement been signed? If it's been signed, then there's consent, there's authorization, right? And then you look at it based on what we call access and outcomes. That leads me to the next two boxes next to authorization. Access. I have a question which I used to explain it. And maybe you can write it down, and when you're asking me questions, you can, if you didn't get me right, you can bring it back to me. But the thing is this: if I give you 10.9.1.1 with the port 8090, is it the same as 10.9.1.1 with the port 8091? Is it the same? Someone's going to say, oh yeah, it's the same, because the IP, the base IP is the same access. Dude, chill. It is not. Base IP is the same access, but service ports are different access. That's why in a pen testing engagement, you can even be told the application runs on port 9090. Look, on that same server, if you exploit an application on port 22, which is SSH, you breach the contract. Access. So you see how detailed this could be? It could be the smartest guy on this job, but I'm telling you, there are places you still need to take your time to get to. Look, where you are now, it's your 101. And big ups to my colleagues again. We actually have another session coming up later in the day. We're doing our best to get everybody educated, and I'm happy I'm on this call to talk to you about it. Next box is outcomes. The outcomes is impact. So, well, I was scanning the system, and then there was denial of service attack. So first of all, it was accidental. You were just scanning the environment. So maybe you run an Nmap scan and use a switch which says that maybe it should scan a certain port scope. You scan the port scopes, you see some few devices there, and then you decide to do maybe a ping flag. That's because you are playing around. A ping flag, you do the ping flag, it hits a box, and then there's denial of service. That is outcome, right? So initially you were assuming noble intent, but at this point the outcome is problematic. It might either give you civil liabilities or criminal liabilities. So pay attention. Don't be too excited. I would rather do what offensive security does. It says the quieter you are, I know I can't see the crowd and I can't hear you, but I know people are answering this. The quieter you are, the more you can hear, right? Next point is for me to deal with the violations and the evidence. Then we have a scenario that is coming up. So violations will come in three ways: the technology you are using, the process you are following, and then the outcome. So outcome is still following you again. So please pay attention to this. Under the technology, how can violations be created? Violations through exploitation framework that you use. I don't know how deep you are into this, but like I said, I assume this is a 101 for many of you, but things like Metasploit framework, Metapreter, all these tools that we use in doing our exploitation, they can lead to violations, and the violations come out from here. I told you already, your authorization, your access, and your outcomes. So pay attention when you are using these tools and where you are using them and against what system. Back to the previous slide. I went back to the previous slide, and I'm now back to the actual slide for violations and evidence. I know streaming will take you a little bit of time. Apologies. Okay, so I was explaining that under the tools, violations will come from exploitation frameworks, network mappers that you are using, sniffers that you are running. In the United States, you dare not run some of these sniffers against federal or corporate system. No, because sniffers can actually, they pull the data streaming within the network, and what is left for you is to crack open, right? So if, for instance, the traffic is plain text, you've actually eavesdropped. You've eavesdropped, and the laws will pick you up. It's as simple as that. And Ghana has similar laws, just in case you are wondering. And then you have injectors, where we try to do invasive, advanced invasive techniques attacks. We use injectors and proxies like BEP suits and the rest. These things, as you use them, has a likelihood of violations. Pay attention, pay attention. And then you have crackers, and you have intruders, and I can keep going on naming them and won't stop. But that's not the purpose here. The purpose is to give you a pointer. And then you have tools that leave tracks behind, right? They do leave tracks behind, and that's why our forensic guy and my good friend Kofi was And then we have the process. What's involved in the process? Whilst you do the job, you could also violate through interception techniques, access, denial of service, modification. So you go into the system, then you change account details. Come on. Come on. That excitement is not going to take you anywhere. If the law comes to you, it comes for you. Intrusive port scans. There are passive port scans and there are intrusive port scans. So you pay attention to that as well. Malware deployment and create violations. And then scope creep. Scope creep happens to us a lot. Of those of us who do pen testing, it happens to us a lot. I just got off a call on Wednesday, and scope creep was nearly a conversation in there if my team hadn't been very smart about what we're dealing with. And the port example I gave you was actually something that came out of conversation. But we didn't touch the new port. We considered that the testing environment has changed. We didn't touch it, and we just walk away and we did our presentation, and we're good. Excess and then so scope excess and scope creep are things that can also give you problems, and then physical intrusion into the environment can give you problems. Some of the outcomes that you're likely to see is criminal charges, civil lawsuits, privacy breaches, intellectual property violations, disruptions, contractual breaches, regulatory penalties, and then of course reputational damage. You might cause the bank that you messed up reputational damage. They will lose lots of money in return investments, and you yourself, you will get arrested. You're also going down. The reputation is very hard to build. I've been telling my guys on the Africa Hackon how certification bodies do not use the content from the research from Kevin Mitnick, because he's been a convict before, right? And even though he advises Wall Street, his team is still following him. He has solid content. I read his materials, but you're going to take a certification exam. I was in an exam development. I was an exam development partner, like an expert, helping build the exam content for one of the certification bodies. I can't mention it. But during that session, it became clear to me that I can't use content from Mitnick. I can't. It's against the ethics of the development of the course. Then finally, before I drop the scenario and then we wrap up here, you have things I want you to pay attention to. So I call them the critical and the ancillary considerations. But the essential thing is to tell you to pay attention to this, right? Critical and ancillary, the lawyer for they use it to disturb people in life. Yes, but yes, it's important they disturb you so that you pay attention to it. So the thing here is pay attention. So 5 things for you to pay attention to. And these are my takeaways. These are like my knock-off for you. 1, express authority. It's important that some of the authorization comes implied, but I will tell you that make sure you have authorization before you do the thing. So either from a contract, either from a law, or from a court order. So for instance, policeman comes to Desmond, and funny enough, I've had this engagement a number of times, and I had to disappoint people. I'm a police officer, we are doing an investigation, and I need you to help me crack this. Can you give us a tool to do this? And then I ask, do you have a court order for this? Because dude, even though you're a policeman, only a court order can authorize. The police can authorize it. But the police, before they can get in, they need authorization from the court. It is what it is. You need to go to court and get what we call an ex parte order. Those who follow legal cases, we had a case which is Edmond, forgotten the surname, but he was against the Attorney General, and the High Court ruled in his favor because the police arrested him, took his phone, and the police gave it to a third party at Kahaka to crack the phone, and then they got in and the dude sued, the suspect sued, and he won in court that the police had no right to do that, and the court held for him. So there are laws, like one of the participants was pointing out, I think that was Chris. And then we have scoping. Scoping is, the question you ask in scoping is, guys, how far can I go with this job that you have given me? Even your supervisor, ask him. Okay? The company, ask. Your supervisor, ask. Your research team, ask. How far are we supposed to go with this? Where can we not go? Because offensive security can create all sorts of problems. I've proven that already. Now I'm just giving you pointers to put in your pocket. So scoping is important. The next thing is the rules of engagement, aka ROE. What can I do? So in our last pentest engagement, which I said ended on Wednesday, we were not supposed to deploy malware into the financial institutions environment. We were not supposed to social engineer anybody. We were not supposed to use denial of service attacks like pin flags and the rest. So the job was well cut out. We even though it was black box and it was external and we are doing it outside Ghana, we still had to engage such that these three things were out of scope, clearly out of scope. So that's rules of engagement. So if we run a pink flag against the asset and it crashes and the bank loses money, we either going to jail or we are getting some civil lawsuits. Pay attention. Again, communication metrics. Someone asked this thing concerning when they find the thing on Shodan, what do they do? Find out who you have to talk to on Shodan, and like they said, and I don't have all day to do that with you, but if we were doing a full day Shodan webinar or seminar, you just marvel, because we can give you from organization, scan through the metadata, we can go further and do more and tell you, we can add sensors to it and tell you who probably even owns the public IP and things like that. When was it registered? And you can get a lot more details from the ICANN DB. You can go on and on and on, and you can build a story and know who you need to communicate to with that finding. So in simple terms, understand the communication metrics. Who do you talk to whilst you are doing offensive security? And then the last part I will leave with you is reporting. How much can you say? It's important for you to get it. Just a minute of scenario to play around with you. I don't get opportunity to interact. Usually this would have been an interaction, but I'll just do a one-way journey, and then we wrap up here for your questions. So what you have on your screen, and I hope it is clear enough, a number of scenarios that I've given you. Let's start from attacker 1, which is bottom left, extreme bottom left, attacker 1. So this is a simple network, 2 devices which are connected to 4 servers plus a backup server, which makes it 5 actually, and they go over a very simple network with a WLAN and then a firewall. So attacker 1 comes in, he goes through OSINT, and he identifies the vulnerability on the public-facing server 2. So server 2, which is the web server, is actually public-facing. That's why you have the PF there. Now, when he does that, he then exploits it and he gains access to it. He's violated the law straight away. That's why he's even tagged as an attacker. So remotely, he's violated it. Then we have an attacker who is inside the environment. Okay, so he gets the credentials to device 2, and then he turns a malware, and he was able to gain access to server 3. That's another style of violation. So I'm giving you all the permutations so you don't get too excited. Depending on where you find yourself, you think that, oh, I'm okay, I'm good to go. You are not. Then let's jump up to the top right, very extreme right in the corner, where you have consultant. Like me, or like Kofi, or like Gavin, or any of my contemporaries on your schedule now. So the consultant has a legit access to server 4, right? You can look out for. And then he gets into server 4, and then he gains access to the backup server, which is out of scope, right? There's a misdirection of arrow, forgive me. That arrow should have gone to CRM. The arrow from consultant should have gone to CRM, and then the arrow from CRM to backup server. So forgive me, that's just an error. So that out of scope thing can also bring issues. But here is a bit dicey. I gave you that example for you to see. It might not necessarily be a criminal sanction. Depending on how the client reacts, it can just be a contractual breach, and you can deal with it in a civil matter like a resolution, ADR kind of thing. But if the backup server contains maybe very sensitive information, so let's assume this has to do with maybe national security content, something to do with the president's cabinet memos, the state might not really forgive you for doing that because you've actually breached classification. That's not something I'm supposed to see, and because you don't have authorization to go there, you are supposed to assume noble intent, right? So if you go in there, then you clearly would have some 1 or 2 national security laws dealing with you for that violation. So you see, when you are even a consultant and doing your offensive security, you could have problems. Then let's come to your extreme left, credit user 2. So that's a credential user. That's an allowed user. So credit user has a legit access to device 2 remotely. He's not violated any law. He has legit access. That's what the scenario said. So he's a credential user. That's the usual thing. But look at credit user 1. Credit user 1 has a legitimate access to device server, to device internally, and gain access to server 1 without authorization. So credit user is now a user, is an internal user, maybe an employee, and he has access to one device, which is device 1. But he doesn't have access to server 1. Like server 1 here is the ERP, and he goes in there, see the problem that is happening. He's going to face disciplinary sanctions. He might also face criminal liability if he had done anything within server 1 that has caused laws to the organization. Gentlemen and ladies, assume noble intent is what I'm going to leave with you. You can ask me questions, if you can, maybe through the MC. I'm so happy I engaged with you, and I'm so glad I did this with you. It's actually early morning here, but I love to be on this call, and I came here because I want to. And thanks to everybody that put this together. Grateful. The name again is just only one.
Okay, thank you very much, Desmond. Let's do it better for Desmond. Okay, so I think the next time is we're gonna have a Q&A session with Desmond. So if you have any question, just raise up your hand. Okay, Desmond, we have one from Cyprus.
Yeah, sure. It sounds a bit far, so maybe you can always repeat the question closer to the computer mic for me, if that would help.
So if you can come here.
Okay, Cyprus, can you please come here, if you don't mind? Just this.
Or someone can even type it out if it's working.
So can you use the mic?
Yeah, my one is not a question, it's just to say thank you. You know, way back in 1998, it has been a great month to me, and he has exposed me to a lot of things. You know, today your presentation is superb. You know, we have been hacking, let me put it that way, in the cyber area, but last time at Labadi Beach about data protection, I had an issue with the legal people. You see the legal side somewhere and the tech people being somewhere with the regulation, as you made mention. But you are the only one that I've seen that you make the two together. When it comes to the tech, you are there. When it comes to the legal side, you are there. And I must say that this education to the people, I'm just saying that thank you to you. So far from the university up to this, I've never experienced such a presentation before. And I don't know what to say to you. As I made mention, we will chat after this program. And mind you, I must say, those people are in line with Desmond with his link. Just get close to him. What he's doing is beyond Africa. And he's a great guy. Desmond, thank you. God bless you for the impact. And the last one, to be honest with you, he just introduced me. You know, I've been in the risk management for a while. So he just gave me a link to All Africa Summit. And quickly, just one question that I just asked over there. Then GBC came in just on anything about risk management and this cyberspace. And just one shot, just a link. And there's more. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. There's one thing you can take away from him. It's his passion, you know, for what he does. Thank you once again, sir.
There's a question on YouTube.
Yes, I'm about reading it to.
Alright, cool.
Okay, so that's from Adote, or Adote, let me mention I'm a Ghanaian. What is Adote? How will the maturity of laws from one country to another affect the effective use of application of regulatory laws? Did you hear that, Desmond?
So how would
the maturity of laws from one country to another affect the effective use of application of regulatory laws?
I don't think this is a question for everybody. Maybe I should figure out something he wants to address, but let me give it a shot. So first of all, when you talk about legal maturity, you are looking at a law that has been able to get to an effective implementation stage. That's legal maturity. I'm trying to avoid all the legalese lawyers use when they're having conversation with tech guys, because I hate it. I'm coming from this space and I want to speak to people the way they will understand. So when someone says legal maturity, pretty much is let's look at it in a very basic form. Has the law gotten to a point where it's fighting, right? So for instance, in Ghana, your cybersecurity act is heading towards maturity. You know why? the first thing that it needed was a regulatory agency to be established. It is established. It's the same with the data protection. So that's why the DPC is there. So that is one line to maturity. The next thing is, do people know about the law? Are they well informed? I leave that question to you, right? And then the next thing is, when you violate, how does the law deal with you? And the last part is, the courts themselves, have they been able to interpret the law? Have they been able to apply it? How many cases are there? And then you have law enforcement and you have civil society coming up. So that's what legal maturity is about. When you think about how mature a law is, it's not really about how old that law is, because it might be old and never gotten implemented before. It doesn't give it maturity. Okay? So once I've gotten this maturity thing out of the way, it comes to a point where it's asking, how does that affect the application of the laws in other jurisdictions? Let's go back to another law. You might not know it too well, but it's called the GDPR. It's a General Data Protection Regulation. Pretty much is the law that applies to the European Union when it comes to data protection. And data protection has to do with the data about private citizens, okay? The data, anything that identifies you, or a combination of things that can identify you as data, personal data, sorry, and it applies to the data aspect, which is you, personal. Okay, so back to GDPR. GDPR came out 2018, but GDPR is fast towards maturity. Because across the EU, there are various data protection regulators established. There is a Central European Union court that enforces the provisions of the GDPR. The GDPR is as biting as it didn't affect companies in the United States who do not have what they call adequacy in terms of compliance. And that brings me to the direct answer to this question. It's adequacy. Are the laws impactful enough such that if the US wants to enforce its Computer Fraud Act, the CFAA, and the perpetrator is in Ghana, do we have similar laws such that what the person in the United States did is as criminal as it would have been if it was done in Ghana? When you hit to those points of the enforcement and the maturity, then it brings in what we call committee. And committee is just an English word, which is a relationship between people. I do it for you, you do it for me. I scratch your back, you scratch my back. That's it. If you would extradite the person, which is return them to the United States to be tried, then it means if someone did something in the United States and you also want the person extradited to Ghana to be tried, they will do it. This is some of the advantages that matured laws bring in context. So you cause the offense in Ghana, it's a cybercrime offense. Ghana has acceded to the Budapest Convention, and the Budapest Convention requires extradition, and US is a member of the Budapest Convention. Maybe they've acceded to it, maybe they've not, but just as an example, are you able to collaborate with the US side of things to have the person tried? And I know something happened sometime back, either in the UK or Australia, one of those. And the Chinese hacker actually engaged the US system. In China, they don't extradite their hackers. I'm not here to discuss that. There are national security reasons to it. They know what they do with their hackers, what they need from them and things like that. But that's not the subject of conversation. Just to show you the maturity of the law. China refused to extradite their hacker to the United States. Okay. The rest is history. I think I've addressed that question. Any more?
Thank you, Desmond. We have Sharif here to ask the next question. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Desmond. Nice meeting you. My name is Alas Ibrahim Sharif, a member of the ByteTime sessions and also a member of the BRCTF. So basically, the idea in here is we are trying so much to create a community where we raise mind-like people or young enthusiasts into the cyberspace to come together to share ideas and also to move Ghana into the bigger picture or into the world. That is the brain behind all this. Now, having heard you deeply, I, one way or the other, feel the need that for someone who's very interested in learning or doing research or breaking codes, trying to find out vulnerabilities here and there, then it means that there's a gap, like there's a thin line between where the authorization or where it becomes criminal. Now, having someone like you who has the vast experience, what can you do to help communities like this? Because in our geographical area is really very gray. And the laws, even in the CSA, if you do more research, you realize that they are yet coming out with more laws, or the laws are yet. Yes. So what someone like you, vast experience, can help this community?
That in one context, which is responsible disclosure. When I was doing my presentation, I think my slide 1 or slide 2, slide 1. Oh no, yeah, sorry. Okay, no, actually this is what I mean. I got here, and you can see down there, I actually pointed to responsible disclosure for the research. Okay, so first of all, you have to assume noble intent. So if the work itself has nothing malicious about it, then there's pretty much little fear of doing the disclosure. I did disclosures. Okay, so I think it's also good in such sessions to throw some of the war stories. So I did a disclosure for a bank because we found out that there was a vulnerability on the JBoss. The bank's internet banking was actually exposed. It was badly exposed to the extent that we could own the box. Own the box terminology for we could actually get to the admin, we could control how the box works. And this was a live thing, but nobody gave us any authorization to do it. We're just doing our usual research work. So we put it together. We contacted a company who was a service provider to the bank because we don't have no relationship with the bank. And then we convinced the service provider that, listen, this will look bad on your bank because they had previously come out through a notice. They've published a notice about the ISO 27000 compliance and how resilient they are and blah, blah, blah. And they've advertised it, they've done public relations in their newspaper only for us to find this. So it didn't really look good for the PR. And we were not interested in anything from that system, absolutely not. So we put it together. I have responsible disclosure templates. You can even Google responsible disclosure and build a template. Those of you who are savvy with ChatGPT, you can prompt for it to give you a responsible disclosure template. And then you do a proper structure of a responsible disclosure. If you belong to an organization like ByteTime, might want to leverage on the fact that it's an association, right? And then you do a proper disclosure, a more confidential disclosure to the target. So back to my war story. We did a disclosure to them first. So this is the first organization. Now these guys went ahead and patched, but the next thing I saw was a letter from their lawyer threatening me for a lawsuit. I was not then a lawyer yet, so there was a bit of confusion as to what's happening here, what did we do bad, because I was following international standards, and I've always been a student of research, even without a teacher. I've been a student of research. I have so many certifications I studied on my own and wrote them. I got into security on my own. I was playing around and messed myself up, and am I doing stuff? So you just need to build that resilience. But I got a letter from the lawyer. And clearly, this was a lawyer who didn't understand anything within the space we are talking about. But we stayed off. Fast forward, 2018. So this probably happened maybe 2009 or 2010. 8 years or 9 years later, I did another responsible disclosure with my group. And this is to another bank, similar one, but not from JBoss. And they had also made a similar publication about their PCI, and they used to advertise those things when they get it. So what happened? This time around, when we presented it to the bank, they were happy. We used a service provider again to do that. They were happy. They took it, they remediated. We didn't get any credit for it, but that's it. So that's a practical example. People will react differently depending on who you are dealing with, but still do it anyway. The noble intent is the best. Today in Ghana, things have changed a lot. A lot of organizations will listen to you. They will take the document. But please, don't approach responsible disclosure with a reward in mind. I think that's where the problem is. Dudes find vulnerabilities, they are able to engage systems, and they're like, if they don't pay me, I'll show them where power lies. You're not going to show anybody where any power lies. If you belong to this community, you are more about ethical behavior. If you don't the community, fine, like I said, then you are not somebody I'm talking to. I don't want to speak to the wind. If yours is black hat, dead, then good, that's fine. That's an arena we know people thrive. They do that job, they survive, they travel the world, they build mansions out of it. Stay there. Stay there. And let's not talk about laws and stuff. When you are picked up, that's fine. You take your chances. But if you are in a community and you have to speak to Desmond and you have to refer to Desmond as your reference, and Desmond has to sign reference for you to look for jobs, and Desmond has to put you on if you find a vulnerability and you need to disclose, you can't go asking for money for it. Unless you're doing a bug bounty, which is contractually bound that you will be paid based on the things you find. You crack the endpoint, they pay you for that. You found a certain vuln, they pay you for that. Even in bug bounty, certain vulnerabilities are not subject to payment because they find them as low-hanging fruits, and they will not pay you for it even if you disclose it. So there are rules of engagement in everything, and I think that it starts with the individual, and then you get the community support, then you get industry support, then you can get country support, and then you can get international support or regional support. So let's not jump the gun with people who already have attitude of, I found this, yeah, I'm the top next guy. Yeah, cool, chill. I'm just paying attention to you, dude. Nobody. I mean, you mess up, you'll be picked up, and that's fine. And you take your chances. But if really you want to be recognized, you want to be seen in the space as somebody who comes in and delivers value, then follow the rules of engagement. Concerning how specifically these things are done, I think it's a conversation for another day, and it's also on a case-by-case basis. But generally, I think what I want to say is what I've said.
All right. Thank you very much, Desmond. Okay, so I think the last question, and then we'll go on a break.
Yeah, so about the responsible disclosure.
Desmond, are you able to hear me, please?
Yeah, I'm sure him. I'll let him continue.
Alright, about the responsible disclosure, what if you are caught while trying to identify vulnerabilities? What do you do? At that point, they can't really tell that you had nobody in. So I just want to know, what would you do?
There's a flaw in your question. I like questions that are presented as though they are. I don't know if I have any student I've ever taught before, but I love students who try, or participants who try to paint gray scenarios. But there's a flaw in your gray scenario. In trying to identify the vulnerability, you haven't done anything wrong. If you want to build a great scenario, build it so that we appreciate it. If you find a vuln and you engage it, responsible disclosure is important. But if your question, as I understand it, and I think I heard you right, is in the process. I can even stand up as a pro bono lawyer for you for that day. In the process, what exactly did you do? And if you want to deal with process violations, I think my presentation made an attempt here. Those I'm streaming to, sorry with the a bit, but for those in-house, you'll see that I have a process slide on the screen, the one in the middle, right? Interception techniques, access, DOS, modification, social engineering, intrusive fault scans, malware deployments, and things like that. So something has happened in the process, but your scenario is more like, okay, I'm trying to do it and they pick me up, right? Okay. Criminal lawyers will come in with what they call the inchoate offenses. Inchoate offenses is where you have the mind to do something, but you couldn't complete it. The law is very strict on things like that. Unfortunately, I can't help anybody who is being, we can appear, but in trying to explain to you, I can't help you much about how that thing particularly works, because on the face of the law, an attempt to commit murder is actually murder. You will get the same sentence as the murderer. That's inchoate offense, incomplete offenses. So let us assume the prosecution takes you in for incomplete offense of trying to gain access. It leads us to what is below on this screen. This very screen, there's something there. Forensics. So forensics will do, so we have forensic and attribution. Attribution is where we try to put the things together to say that, okay, you did it. Now that's a very difficult thing to do. Ask forensic dude in the court, the gentleman that gave you every background to his work. Ask him. Not all forensic comes on the face of it like the light switch. Even the way you explain it will make you seem like, oh, Charlie, this guy is not. No, it's not Hollywood movie. Forensic is a difficult job, and attribution is even worse. To put the pieces together to say that he did it. So your question about process is a very not cut out one, and that's why I said I like great questions, especially when I see a flaw in your own great question. Because I need you to appreciate the process. Don't build the difficulty for yourself yet. Appreciate the process. Try to put together the entire understanding of what you're trying to do, right? In the process of accessing vulnerability, nothing has happened. In fact, it will be very difficult in court for these prosecutor, I'm using as an example, to build forensic and build attribution. And we all know what looking for vulnerabilities means. And we need to engage the target to even see them all. So if I'm in the process, maybe I'm running the tool on the public Wi-Fi. So let me make basic. You put down a tool like OpenBus or maybe Nessus freeware, you install, you do the community configuration, then you run a scan. The scan is ongoing. Then someone comes, picks you up, and says, I'm from the CID. You have been arrested for hacking. What exactly are they going to prove? I say, from the Nessus, I would love to stand before a judge to argue this case. You know, because our space is different from the traditional space of criminal law when it deals with murder, theft, and those things. You need more in the cybersecurity space. That is why the police, if you remember the police hierarchy, they were always pushing about getting support. Forensic labs, they want people, experts to come closer to them. It's a tough job, you know, so please appreciate the entire, scope of things. I like the attempts you make. It is not to shoot it down, but I always like to take my students on. I always like to take participants on because I like my words to go out forcefully, right? And that scenario you gave itself is flawed, such that we are not able to push it into the matter of criminal prosecution and all that. And the reason is just the example that I've given you following the process slides. We need to get somewhere. We need to build that attribution so that we'll be able to prosecute anybody who finds himself for that matter. Yeah, my responsible disclosure is responsible disclosure. I've spent a lot of time on it again. I'm not going to read that, unfortunately.
All right. Thank you, Desmond. So this final there are closing remarks, and then we are done. So there's a gentleman here called Ryan who wants to be a network engineer. But from your presentation, the passion, the zest with which you presented, he can be as missed his calling. He wants to go to cyber law. Please, what would you advise someone who wants to go into Ryan, who wants to go into cyber law? What would you advise to him? Then we have your final remarks. Thank you.
I struggled a bit on the last part, but let me see if I got you right. Maybe let me sum up and then you confirm if I got you right. So I think it's about basically a career guidance kind of question.
Yes, it is.
So okay, so he originally wanted to go into network engineering.
Yes.
But post presentation he's changed his mind, right?
Yes. He's found his calling to do. He said he wants to go to cyber law. He wants to do what we are doing. So what will you do next?
Right. Okay. I love this question too. Well, I didn't come here for career guidance, but I think it's part of the package, so let me deal with it. So first of all, every cybersecurity field that we have is merged to an IT ops, okay? IT operations. So network engineering is IT operations, IT ops. If you are from a network engineering point of view, your match in a career field is network security, right? And in network security, you can either be defensive or offensive. Now, in either defensive or offensive, you use the same tools, except in defensive, you also add what we call OEM tools, product tools. Like you might probably have to learn your Cisco, pass your Cisco certifications, and be able to implement them, or you are doing Juniper and things like that. So yeah, that's where the IT ops come from. Because once you have the IT ops on the engineering, network engineering, your part to security is network security, either defensive or offensive. And if you go into offensive, then you'll be looking at somebody like me. So I came from a systems background, a bit of networking. I was not really a digital network person, but I was a digital systems person. I did system administration, and that's where I got my security from. So when I was getting into security, I was more interested and more focused on infrastructure hacks. Is that part of hacking has gone down a bit because a lot of the hacks we used to do is currently being plugged. Very few people make those mistakes anymore. But at least when you move the parallel into the cloud, you now have to look at cloud security because a lot of these things are migrating to the cloud and it comes with different attack surface. And that's something that you want to look at. But I personally have moved a bit away from the offensive security. As you saw from my CV, I'm doing so many things. So my day-to-day, even on offensive security, is more of project management. Of course, I still play with tools, but that's not something that I get back to. But on your question, I just want you to know that you need to look at the parallel. So a systems guy can go into system security, a network guy can go into network security.
Okay.
And I think that would help you better because you would have taken the background knowledge, and Kofi Asama will tell you that if you don't have the background, forget it. That's exactly the line he uses, and I love it. If you don't have the background, forget it. You know, and that's what it is. You don't want to start playing around with Shodan. You don't even understand how IoTs work. I can give you a Shodan link to a vulnerability right now. You can't do anything with it, even though it's a vulnerability that can be exploited. Just because you don't even understand how IoTs work. So you need to go back, reappreciate IoTs like the way your forensic colleague explained to you. He gave you proper detail of how the IoTs work. And the fact that they are even designed on unstandardized design. So if you go for IoTs from Belkin, how does it work? If you go for IoTs from Sony, how does it work? You need to understand how things work before you start to play around with tools. So it is just to tell you that the network engineering will be a very good start for you to build your security. But there are also those who jump straight and they survive and they succeed. We have them. So don't worry. You can also jump straight into your network security if you're still a lover of network. But there are omnibus or general areas you can deal with. Like generally, ethical hacking will cover almost everything. You can build a lot of knowledge from there. You can play your CTFs, understand how things are happening, and then come out from there. I think Gavin has a bit of appreciation also on some of these things, especially from a systems network point of view. I saw him do some awesome hacks on one of our engagements. So maybe in-house, take advantage, get close to Gavin, ask him a few questions concerning the actual path. And then if we have a day that we are actually doing career guidance and we have enough time to talk about this, I think I'll probably be able to help you more. But for now, use your network engineering inspiration to get into network security, and you will not regret it.
Okay, thank you very much. That's good. What is actually happening on these things? I'm sure we will welcome to the next one. Thank you.
No more question, right? So do we have anybody? Okay, thank you very much. Desmond, he was my lecturer when I was studying IT and law, and I really like the fact that you mentioned the pro bono case. He's very passionate about what he does, and then he's always encouraging you to test the law. The law is already there, so if you have any case, just call him. He'll take it pro bono, so don't worry about that. So we are in a safe space.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's actually time for break. The snack is here, but we are bringing it in. But before that, Ryan would like to help you join the community officially. So you can get up, stretch your leg to the back whilst Ryan introduces you to the channel where you can join.
Hi guys. The one that you've been abusing, you're abusing. I have surfaced. Anyway, so I want to welcome you guys once again to ByteTime sessions. And the aim of this event, right, is to build a community. We are trying to build a continuing growing community. ByteTime sessions was not meant to be a one-time thing. Do you understand? And it's meant to be something where you connect, you learn, you share, and I said that you learn, share, you connect. Yeah. So you learn, share, connect. So if you come here and you learn it, but you've not connected, there's something missing. So first of all, I want to urge you guys to network. As I don't have your snacks, make sure you network, meet someone, say hi. We have some serious crazy packets with this guy. No, I'm going to say all of them out. So I'm going to alright, so we have Alan. We look for Alan. It's on the back way. We network with him. We look for Sherry. Sherry's a big man. We network with him. If I don't know what we're doing, I'm coming here with one. We have the winning team from the CTF. We network with them. I mean, these guys should be network with them. You have the guys in the background there, he's really the network with him. Alright? I'm sure you have another one on this, but please, network with him. Interesting. So I'm going to Discord channel. How many of you are part of our Discord channel?
Okay, so the problem with this whole channel is that ByteTime sessions is meant for you, and we love your feedback. So after the program, right, we will hold a post ByteTime session, right? To have your feedback on how you enjoy the program, what you want to be added to the program next time, and certain things you may have liked or not liked about the program. So you understand what's important during the Discord. And in the Discord, we share important resources, articles, manipulating streams, and other stuff. The Discord channel is the best way to follow news updates and connect with your friends in ByteTime sessions. As I said, ByteTime sessions is a community, we're a big, growing community. So it's very, very imperative that you join the Discord channel. I was looking for a chance to use the word imperative, but it sounds like a good word, and use it. I know words. So guys, can someone project
the Discord channel? The Discord channel.
Okay, you guys have a website, the link to the website, right? Go to ByteTimeSessions.com. The Discord link is at the bottom of the page. So if you're not part of the Discord channel, you can go to ByteTimeSessions.com
to check the website.
Because I want all of you to join the Discord channel right now. Like, I'll come around and if you don't join the Discord channel, we'll fight. Yes. So, ByteTime Sessions. .com here. So, scroll down. Yeah. So that's the Discord, join the community, then click on. Please, I want you to start joining the Discord channel right now. So by the time I leave, everybody's in the Discord channel. Are you in the Discord channel? Have you joined the Discord channel? Have you joined the Discord channel? Have you joined the Discord channel? Have you joined? No, you have to join the Discord channel. No, you have to join this. You have to join this. Anyway, so those of you that have joined, you can go back and go Discord channel. But if you not join, I'll hold you by your address. You will join before you go. Have you joined the Discord channel? Yeah, I'm in the Discord channel. Have you joined the Discord channel? Have you joined the Discord channel? Have you joined the Discord channel? I'll check you from the Discord channel. Nice. And so you guys can go. If you join the Discord channel, please go ahead and go for the free discount so you can join. Sign up to the Discord channel. Have you joined the Discord channel?
Patricando. I'll be taking you through some red team series that I've actually entitled Pages as Red Teams. Basically, I'm just the founder of a company called Byte Defense. And Byte Defense is an MSSP program, a company. Basically, what we do is that become something like an extension of comprehensive cybersecurity infrastructure. Just to show you that system 24/7. Basically, in Byte Defense, one of the things that we also do is designing of cybersecurity programs, and one of the programs that I've designed is called the Vulnerability Defense System, which is an endpoint detection and response program that is used by several companies. So basically, that's it about me. Yeah, so don't mind, I'm just one shy guy. Something I wish I can speak in the Russian language. You know, with the Russian language, the accent, it can be as romantic as possible and say something else. Yeah, so yeah. You know, I remember my first speaking engagement. I think that was Carbon. That was very tiny. So when I got there, I don't know what happened, but basically I think they were expecting some big guy with a lot of beard. So when I got there, their faces were solid. I was like, who is this tiny guy? Like, so I wanted to crack a joke just to ease some tension. After cracking the joke, their faces were a bit more solid than before. So anyway, that's by the way. Okay, so from Byte Defense side of things, one of the things that I've realized in terms of experiences, most people don't actually take the time to plan well when they want to do this red team engagement. And the reason why I employed this particular title as paid shares as red team is because shares, as it is very, very sophisticated when you are playing the game. And when you are playing chess, there is a particular name that they call the things one, where it means that you get to a particular move where there is no way you are going to win. You know that you are out. There is nothing that you can do. So by analogy, we can attribute EDR, endpoint detection and response system, as the chess, where you get into a particular scenario that you know that there is no way you are going to go around the EDR. And one of the things that certain pen tests or rating assessment is when you've done everything, you've gotten your initial footprint, and then you just get caught by an antivirus or an EDR, and then you are just stuck. There's nothing that you can do, right? So that's what we are trying to look at today. Now, the field of evasions, especially when it comes to trying to evade EDR, is a very complex area. And I think the last time as I did in my presentation, I showed that it's a cat and mouse game. Sometimes you can stay several hours developing the tool, and then 2 days, 3 days later, it's getting detected. Yeah, so it's a cat and mouse game. So I didn't want to bore you with a lot of technical stuff, so I've tried to make this presentation as basic as possible so that I don't end up boring you, right? So the agenda is what we'll be looking at is endpoint evasions. That's what we've realized from the Byte Defense forensic perspective. They will also be looking at strategic decisions, some of the things that you can do to stay under the radar. They will be looking at custom tooling and then public tools. You know, sometimes I pity those who don't code, forgive me, but you see, everything on GitHub is getting detected, trust me. Even tools like Cobalt Strike and all those things, you get generated payload and then it's getting caught, right? So the scenario between getting caught and trying to develop your own plan become more essential. Then we will look at some EDR evasion tactics. Then we look at proof of concept, a program that I designed that is designed to bypass most of the antivirus and EDRs out there. But because of a problem that I've actually faced before, I don't want to use any any product again because I don't want any losses again. So yeah. Okay, so sophistication of modern cyber attacks. Most of the time, we've been called upon by several companies companies to look at their company infrastructure after getting hit. And one of the things that we do is to know how sophisticated the attack is we try to look at the source. And in this case, the source is where we are trying to look at the tools that were employed, all right? We also try to look at the operational scope, how they were able to operate to get the foothold, a foothold into the infrastructure. Then we look at the intruder speed, like how they were able to get into the infrastructure, how they were able to extract data out of the what they call the infrastructure. But in this case scenario, we just want to look at the source. We did a reverse engineering on a particular tool that we found in a client's infrastructure. And doing a reverse engineering, it's a closed source, all right? It's nothing open source. It was something that was actually developed by the threat actor. And when you look at the code, you can see the sophistication of the attack. So it always comes down to the what do you call it, to the point that when it comes to cyber attacks, like we hear something like SQL injection, those are just basics. But when it comes to breaching an infrastructure, most of the time, the attack is actually specific to that organization, all right? What we call the targeted attacks, right? So when you look at the tool and everything that is built, the tool is actually designed to do everything that the company is doing in terms of accessing a particular firewall, accessing a particular infrastructure. Everything was built within the tool. So it ends up making the tool very, very sophisticated in terms of what do you call it, a detection. Now, we can all attest to the fact that most of the time, like when it comes to EDR antivirus, most of it actually are pretty complicated, and like they look at signatures and all those kind of stuff. I did a demo some time ago, and there was a program that I did that what do you call it? Windows Defender detected it, and when you look at the logs, it says that it used behavioral analysis to detect it. But when I went in to look at the logs, I was like, there's nothing behavior over here, all right? It's just a signature base. I just have to go to my code, change certain bytes and all those kind of things, and I just bypass it easily, all right? So most of the things that we have in our infrastructure, it becomes very difficult when they actually don't know what they are dealing with. And this is where the issue of visibility comes in handy. When we say visibility, trust me, I'm even going beyond what is here. Let me try and move. All right, okay. You see, when we say visibility, this is where you as a system administrator or as a SOC person or whatever you are, you need to understand your infrastructure as a whole. And so when we say visibility, you want to understand what your endpoints can detect and prevent, or what your endpoint can detect and can prevent. For example, I was working with one Sophos product endpoint, and then a tool that a malware that I developed. Sophos EDR is able to detect it, but it's not able to prevent it, right? So that is you trying to understand your infrastructure. You are trying to understand your controls, all right? So if you understand your controls, then for example, if there is a certain threat after TTP that is out, you can be able to play the same scenario against your infrastructure to understand the visibility of your infrastructure, to know what they can be able to detect and prevent, and what they can be able to detect but also can't prevent. All right. So strategic decisions, staying under the radar. This is just a basic form of what EDRs and antivirus does. Looking at some of the things. One of the things that they would like to do, in case you throw out the malware, they would like to check the checksum. So one of the evasion is to actually make sure that you make small binary changes to manipulate hashes. Who know this tool called what do you call it? Unicorn. There's a tool called Unicorn, right? Yeah. When you run Unicorn, it gets detected easily. But if you're able to disassemble the PowerShell code and go into the code, you are able to just manipulate the hashes and everything, and then it just bypasses what we call it, defender just like that. Another side is the signatures, where they try to compare what you call your malware to some signature database and what have you. And some of the things that you can also do is try to do what you call the chunk up all the affected portions of your sequence in the code to also make sure that you can be able to bypass. Now, sandboxing is very, very important, all right, before you get into any infrastructure. You need to understand if they have that kind of sandboxing. And sandboxing is very, very easy to detect. Especially one of the ways that I do is try to look at the mouse movement, all right, because there's little to no movement when it comes to sandboxing. Then when you look at data mining, what you also can do is to monitor popular data sources like virus data, performing memory manipulations and execution to evade statically sourced detections. Then we can also look at red time, where you try to avoid using this component, like don't ever drop malware to a disk every day. One of the most important is trying to move within memory. All right. So this is where it comes to be able to do all those things previously. We need to look at the custom tooling versus public tools. So, like I'm saying, if we're pen testers and we are using public tools, you know the sweat that actually comes with it. Trust me, it's almost like a Christmas tree. Everything within the infrastructure begins to just blow alarm that there's an intruder here, right? So I was working with one guy. He's called Gideon. We were doing a pen test. And then I think I was on another brand, and then he called me and said, Charlie, this guy is, the infrastructure is very stubborn. I said, what do I do? Some tool on GitHub. I said, of course. You don't expect to bypass it with that, right? So advantage is that custom tooling has over public tools is target functionality. So based on what you see in the infrastructure, you can design your own stuff and build your knowledge about the infrastructure into that particular tool. And one of the things that is very advantageous to it is the stealth aspect of it, because the devices or the security controls are dealing with something that they've not dealt before, except maybe they have a very good behavioral analysis kind of stuff, which is nowadays also easily bypassed. When you look at public tools, accessibility is easy. Anybody can just go and download it, especially when you're dealing with some script kiddies, right? They just download it, they just fire it, and then something they don't even know what they are doing. They just hope something will come out of it, right? And then we have the community support. A lot of support from it, all right. Then we have the the shared support anonymity, where shared use may complicate analysis. Then we have the challenges. When it comes to the custom tooling, there are challenges. When it comes to the public tools, it's also challenging, right? So one of the challenges for the custom tooling is if you don't know how to code and then you have to employ someone, then obviously you might have to pay the person. It also requires significant time. And one of the annoying things is when you spend like 2-3 hours developing the tool, and then the moment you throw it out, it gets caught. You are like, then, right. Then we have its limited usability, which I don't know if it's challenging, because it means that your code is not out there for antivirus companies to work on it, to develop signatures out of it anyway. And then we have with the public tools, well-known, more susceptible to security measures, of course, like you run Metasploit and all those kind of stuff, all right? So you don't expect to generate a Metasploit payload and expect that Windows Defender will go quiet on it, all right? That is not going to be possible. Right. So what can you do in case you don't code and then you want to use custom tool or you want to use public tools? You see, I always tell people that you can't hack what you don't understand. All right, it's impossible. You can't hack what you don't understand. So even with the public tools, you need to understand the coding aspect. All right, what to manipulate within the code and all those kind of stuff. So that is one of the ways of the tool that I have built, the shadowless tool, in case you are dealing with public tools, right? All right. So EDR evasions. One of the things that most endpoint detection and response rely on is the AMSI. All right, you all know AMSI, right? So with AMSI, it's more like a scripting engine for Microsoft, and most EDR companies actually depends on it for detection. So one of the things that you can do to bypass is looking at injecting malicious scripts that bypass AMI scanning, allowing the execution of script-based attacks without detection. We can also look at on hooking. I want us to jump into the demo right now so that we don't waste a lot of time. We can also be looking at on hooking and also with reflective DL side loading. So these three are very important when you want to consider trying to bypass EDRs and other security solutions. So quickly, we want to look at a proof of concepts on an application that I built called the ShadowNet, right? So basically what ShadowNet does is that it picks, this is what we are doing with the public code, right? So you can generate a raw file from from Metasploit or CoverStrike or whatever you want to use. Then what ShadowNet is going to do is that they're going to do some encryption manipulation on the on the payload that you developed, and then inject it into another process. All right. So when you inject it into another process, it becomes very difficult because the application sees it as very legitimate program, and then you have your reversion. So quickly, let's look at one demo before we go. In the course of the demo, if you have any questions, we can look at it. All right. So, first of all, Alright, so basically I'm a Windows guy. I don't use Kali Linux and stuff. every hack that I do it from Windows. I learned that the hardware, especially when you want to compile certain things, it's annoying when we're doing that on premise. Yeah, so, alright. So basically what we are going to do is that we are going to, but it still uses all the Linux commands here anyway. All right. So what we are going to do is that we are going to generate what we call it a payload, right, using Metasploit. So basically, let me try. So in order not to waste time. All right. Let me first check my IPs. Let's see. Okay, so these are basic stuff. You all know what you are trying to do, right? So we are trying to use MSF Venom to generate a payload, all right? So the payload is going to be generated in a raw format, and then it's also going to be in .bin format, which is an extension for raw format payload, right? So, and we are giving it the name exploit.bin, all right? So what is going to happen is that after developing the, generating the exploit.bin, then you employ ShadowNet to do what we call it, these manipulations on it, trying to bypass most of the security EDRs over there. Now, if I'm to generate an EXE out of it, all right? Come again? Oh, okay. Is it okay?
And the font size.
The font size, in fact, my font size is not as normal as I have to go into the set. But this is a reverse engineered Windows operating system so that I can use it. So for me to do that, I have to go through a lot of stuff. Yeah, so please try and bear with me. Right? Okay. I don't know whether because I'm
maybe we can move forward a bit if you can see those at the back.
Yeah.
We can move forward a bit so that there are spaces in front.
Okay, so what do you call it? So we have the exploit, the payload generated, right? Now, if I'm to generate an EXE out of it and drop it in Windows Defender, I don't want to waste time. But if I'm to do that, you realize Windows Defender shouting at us that we can't be here, all right? So when we do LX, all right, so we can see the exploits.bin over here. So let's employ what do you call it? ShadowNet, all right. Okay, so this is the implementation of ShadowNet. This is the command line, all right. So what is going to happen is that it's going to use an encryption technology called the ERSMA, right? ERSMA is very, very difficult when you are trying to do detections on it because of its implementation. It's very technical. I don't know how to go through it. And then we are telling that it should work on the exploit.bin and then generate it as a DLL driver, all right? And then when it gets to the operating system, it should inject itself into the notepad process. So this is, there are a whole lot of technicalities going on in here that if I'm to go through it, you are going to sleep. All right. So let's try it and see. So that's a ShadowNet trying to do it. And please, don't ask me if I'm going to release it. It's for internal use. Yeah. So it's doing a detection. So whilst it's doing that, we're going to Metasploit to set up the various switches. Have you forgotten what I used in the first one? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I don't get my reverse share, it's not my fault. Okay, so the what do you call it? The payload, the driver.dl is compiled, right? So let's do this. So we can see the driver.dl. So I know I said we shouldn't drop to disk, but for the sake of demo, oh sorry. For the sake of demo, we are going to do that, and then we execute it manually for demo purposes. So let's do that quickly. So when you get to this part, it's a little bit boring. Please bear with me. I'm just trying to copy it, so. You have to copy it again. Sorry, if you break my mouth. So we have our malware over here, right? So let's go to, and then okay, so it's executed. So let's see if Windows Defender is going to come up. And before that, please let me show you if Windows Defender is on. So you can see it's you can see the virus threat protection is on. Everything is just on, right? We even have the Komodo antivirus also running, all right? So let's see if I have a call back. So this is the beta session opened, right? Yeah. I had a session with one guy, and the guy did it, and I was standing there, I was like, oh, this is weird. And surprisingly, he brought his system to me, and I realized that he knew the malware wasn't going to work, so where he had dropped the malware, he has excluded that particular folder. Okay. So basically, it's very, very important. I always say that trying to learn to develop malware and all those stuff, it's very, very important because it doesn't make sense to do all your reconnaissance and all those kind of stuff and then you get into what do you call it? You get into the environment and then you just get caught. I mean, you've wasted all the time. So with big defense, most of the time I'm in charge of the evasion tactics, right? So sometimes I'll go elsewhere and then they'll call. We are in now, the next batch is yours. So carry on from there. Yeah, so and then yeah. So that's all about me and my little presentation. All right, if you have any questions, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for the presentation and the demo. Please, any question? Okay, we have one here.
I would suggest that we know some questions. Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'm Francis.
Okay.
And from your tool that's ShadowNet, I could see that you use the Rust programming language.
Yeah.
So why did you use the Rust programming language
because of memory management. Yeah, basically that's what the main reason.
Okay. Thank you for a nice presentation. And I believe from you that we are moving from the book. And I love your presentation. I hope you are in a community, right? Oh, I'm not asking a question. I'm
just telling a question.
Yeah, we are in a community, right?
Yeah, I'm on LinkedIn. Talking about this community. Oh, okay, yeah, yes.
So after this presentation, not this room, I hope the community can so escalate to another level.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
That's why you all have to join the community so you can get in touch with me. Please, anyone?
Hey, so Patrick, we've met virtually before,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And for some of you, if you heard me, I think it was a purpose to clap when I saw the reverse shell, and maybe you didn't understand. If you've been in our line of work, what he just did, it is crazy. All right, most of you won't appreciate what he just did until you get to where we are, and then you do all the work, and then you try to run your mimicast or whatever, and nothing pops, right? Because I have done an operation, I actually like one of my operations, like writing operation this year, and I had to spend a whole week trying to escalate to domain admin. And it was because my company that I was doing on with had all the EDRs you can think of, and I had to keep fine-tuning my tools over and over and over and over just to be the EDR solutions. They had like Sophos, they had this Microsoft thing, they had CrowdStrike. Like you can think of every single EDR solution. Like, damn, this is like a war zone or something. Like you see, so what he just did, like being able to bypass and just you guys saw like it's like a Hollywood movie, like a Hollywood show. Nah, this is like a real stuff he just did. All right, so that's a real work, man. And I always tell you, keep doing what you're doing, man. This is a real job because to spend time to write an exploit, let alone even write a whole program, it's not an easy thing to do. To really defeat an EDR solution, so it's not an easy thing at all.
Yeah. So basically, even though we just demonstrated with Windows Defender and Commando, there are 7 EDR that it can bypass. So in case you are using it, we are not safe anyway. So we have CrowdStrike, we have Sophos, we have Sentinel-1, a lot. But yeah, so basically, we're just bypassing them as if there's no security.
Yeah, so Shadow, my question has to be, sometimes when you're doing this stuff with not custom, but rather the public system, sometimes you can get this shells and then it dies off.
Yeah.
Just due to either your internet or so many other factors. So with this, how long will you be able to have access to this session and be able to micro-maneuver your way to,
Yeah, so because, so what I employed within the tool is that, Windows operates by processes, all right? So when it gets into the Notepad process, it migrates the process to the, the explorer.exe process, because that one doesn't die out, okay? It's always on. So even if I'm to kill this shell and come back to it, I'm still going to get back the shell because the explorer.exe is always on. It doesn't go off. So that's one of the techniques to keep your shell up.
Okay, thank you very much. I did a similar, I used a payload, and because I was on the same network, it worked for me. And my supervisor passed me for it. But the question I asked myself is, supposing I'm not on the same network, how would this payload probably remotely get to the other machine? Let's say US, Ghana.
Yes.
Would it be using the social engineering, and would it work? Is a question I keep asking myself. Thank you.
Okay, so basically, what we are even doing here is not the best. If we really want to do rare hacking stuff, you need to have your infrastructure, right? Your renting infrastructure somewhere with what you call your redirectors and all those kind of stuff. Okay, so doing all these things, I would have used my redirectors, my C2 server, and all those kind of stuff employed within the payload. Okay, so it's the same way it's going to travel across to get to what they call it, my C2. All right. And talking about what they call it, whether it's social engineering, it depends on what they call it, your mode of access. Maybe if you are using social engineering, I can employ the same practice in when documenting operation. Okay, where you want to use macros and all this kind of stuff. It's the same evasion tactics, all right? The only thing is that I will have to embed all the switches that to make it self-executable rather than trying to depend on the threat actor to execute it by itself. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we have some questions from those online. So one person is asking, do you provide internships at ByteTime Limited? And okay, you guys wanted to find out, right? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, we do that. We provide internships. Just that we are very careful with those guys when we are going to the field because we don't want them going to do a certain thing. Yeah. Most of the time, they get them and the first thing they want to do is to run them and they come with that CTF mentality. In the real world, things doesn't work like that.
We don't do that in our community. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, we do internships.
Okay, that's a great opportunity. Okay, so there's another question. So when developing malware or in red teaming, does the programming language matter?
It actually depends on what you want to achieve. Okay. One of the reasons why I employed Rust is because it's cross platform. Okay. You can use it for any of the operating systems. So that's my main reason. But it depends on what you want the malware to do. For example, if you want to do malware that has to do with web applications, I don't think you use C++ to do that. You might employ PHP or other stuff to be able to do that. So it depends on what you want to achieve. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. So how do we apply for the internship, please? We are all interested.
Yeah, so you can just apply to info@bytedefense.com.
Info@bytedefense.com. So we can type that for the online participants as well. Any question? Any question? Okay. Well, thank you very, very much, Patrick, for this wonderful presentation. Maybe our next physical BTF, we should organize a boot camp, right? Yeah, so get us sponsors, then we do that for you. We organize a boot camp where all our experts can come and go into details, Okay. So, gradually we are coming to the end of this long day, if I may say, but very interesting, interactive, and educational. And our final presentation, okay, before that, there's coffee, tea at the back, drinks at the back, so in case you want to take the next church and then go grab something. Our final presentation, careers in cybersecurity. And the speaker for this session is just a regular IT guy. Those of you who were at the CTF already know him. He's just a regular IT guy. So, shall we call on the regular IT guy to take us through the next session? Let's welcome him. Before you start, please, if you've not joined the community, please do that. Please join the community. We have all the experts who are ready, free of charge, to answer all the questions you may have. I mean, provide internship opportunities or direct you and give you employment maybe. So please join the community and let's continue the conversation there.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. I have a question before I start. Who is a hacker? Who is a hacker? Okay. So one thing I know and one thing my old folks at home have been telling me is anytime you do anything, make sure you give your 100%, except you are donating blood. So since I'm not donating blood here, expect 100% from me.
Alright, today we'll be talking about careers in cybersecurity. And then what we'll look at is introduction to cybersecurity, why you should venture into the cybersecurity world, how to get started, and then cybersecurity job roles. And before that, the regular IT guy, I'm Said Bala Ahmed, aka Robots Gang. I'm a CTF fanatic. I spend all my time on CTF. I'm also a penetration tester, security researcher, vulnerable machine engineer for offensive security, and more importantly, the regular IT guy. All right, so what is cybersecurity? Since the session started, we've been talking about cybersecurity, IoT devices, and cybersecurity, and so many others. Well, cybersecurity, the term cybersecurity emerged in the early 1990s when the IT world started emphasizing on the need to protect all that's out there. So that's when the term cybersecurity actually came to life. So when you look at up here, it says that cybersecurity is a proactive practice of safeguarding computer systems and data against unauthorized access and cyber threats. A penetration tester plays a crucial part in identifying and rectifying vulnerabilities through simulated attacks. All right, then why cybersecurity? This is a question I usually get all the time. Hey Bala, why did you venture into cybersecurity? Or why do you think, or what can you tell me to convince me or motivate me to join the cyber world or the cyber environment? Well, my case is quite interesting. How I started cybersecurity, I won't talk about now. It's good and bad. But why you should go into cybersecurity? I'm going to explain this from my perspective, and I hope I will be able to convince you. Earlier on, Shadow Walker, Patrick Andor demonstrated, and then he had a reverse shell, right? A reverse connection to the target. I actually find it very interesting anytime I pop a shell. The steps I have to go through to pop a shell, the hardships, the research, the fun. Let me give an example. You are going for BEC, right? Before BEC, they give you mock exam. You tried, you failed. They give you caution. Second, you failed, they gave you caution. Then there was a PT organized on behalf of you, just because of you. Then you were told that if you fail the third time, they will register you for BEC. What happens? You're under pressure, right? You need to actually go in for the BEC certification. Then the third mock exam, you pass. How do you feel? Very excited, right? That's exactly how I feel anytime I pop a reverse shell. So this is how I actually got into cybersecurity, and then my boring way of introducing people to cybersecurity. When you start popping shells on your own, you will feel the thrill we usually go through. So, getting into cybersecurity, there are so many things you need to know. First is learning the basics. Not necessarily every other thing, but know your ways around the computer. Don't say, how do I open a window and close a window? Don't press F11 and then your browser is full screen size and you can't find the close button again. You need to know your ways around operating systems. So that's the first one, learn the basics. We also have online courses that can guide you into cybersecurity world. Then constant practice. You want to learn how to cook. You only watch YouTube videos. You don't actually practice while watching the YouTube video. What do you think? The first time you are going to cook after watching 100 videos, I guess the food will be very delicious, right? You see, it's not going to be delicious. The more you watch video, after watching a video, you practice. Okay, this is how I slice cucumbers. This is how I need to do this. So after you watch a video, you practice. That's where constant practice comes in. And get a mentor. You can't do everything. Even the one who is about to mentor you doesn't know everything. So you need someone to guide you. If not, we could have just woken up one day, teacher, I'm going from P1 to P2. No, the teacher has to say, let's repeat. You have to sit back again, pass this exam before you go to what? Primary 2. Because without effective guidance, there is no way you'll be able to progress. You will progress, but maybe you are progressing on the wrong path. Okay. Then, one of the important questions. Do I need to know how to code in order to be a cybersecurity expert? This is a tricky question. It's a yes and no situation. One, you really don't need to know how to code. But in the process of learning cybersecurity, you would one way or the other need to know how to code. Not exactly programming coding your own tools, which is also important, but also understanding the tools you are using. let's say you are working with a PHP application, right? Then you're working with a PHP application. Then you find an error. You are going through the source code. Now the question is, how do you know what is causing the error? You want to get a PHP reverse shell. You found a reverse shell tool online, a PHP file. You are executing it, it's showing an error. What's the main cause? Is it that a single quote is missing, a double quote is missing? Is it an exclamation mark? You never know what's missing, not unless you know how to read and understand the code. Not necessarily how to write your own code, but you need to know how to read and understand your own code. So like I said, this is a 50-50 situation. Not necessarily, yes, you need to know this before you start. You can start, but in the process, make sure you know, make sure you adopt the habits of trying things your own way, learning different languages based on the field you are going to. And we later to where the field you want to go to, it comes another question. You have beginners asking, should I venture into red team or blue team? Well, this depends on who you want to be once you master the cyber skill. You will want to be on the offensive side or the defensive side. I'll talk about that later. So the offensive side, which is the side I love most and I would always want to be, I love breaking things. It's by nature. My mom used to tell me anytime they leave me in the room, we used to have a water cooler back in the days. I open the water cooler and stand and be admiring how the water is pouring out. Meanwhile, the whole room is getting flooded. My dad will leave a radio. Before he comes back, I take off, they call it Bible. There was a string in a black string, just to see how long is it longer than me? You know, those ways. I used to enjoy breaking things and I grew up with this habit. So, red teamers are people who actually break into systems. And then blue teamers are those who defend the systems from being broken into by the red teamers. See the differences? Are you someone who loves to fix things? Then go for blue team. Are you someone who enjoys breaking? Go for red team. But that doesn't mean when you join the red team, break illegally. Once they get hold of you, you answer the questions on your own. Then, one of the careers in cybersecurity is to be a security consultant. Yep. So what security consultants do is a typical example. We had Patrick Under right in front of us. He works or he operates within defense, right? He has his own company. Other companies will reach out to him. We want to deploy this and this network. We want to deploy this and this application. What advices do you have against? What advices do you have for us? Then he renders his services to them by giving them one or two advices and also maybe assisting or aiding out in deploying whatever infrastructure they want to do. Then you get paid for that. So that's who a security consultant is. Like I said, they design and implement secure system architectures, considering the business requirements and industry best practices. They also collaborate with stakeholders to develop and implement risk management policies and procedures. So this is one of the careers in cybersecurity. The second one we have is a penetration tester, an ethical hacker. We've all been hearing hacker, hacker, hacker. And one thing I've observed is anytime majority of the people out there, when they see you operating with a terminal, be it Windows or Linux, hey, he's a hacker. Have you all gone through that stage before? And anytime they hear the word a hacker, they all think about someone in a corner of a room wearing a hoodie and maybe having a mask and then breaking codes. Actually, that's the picture movies usually illustrate, but that's not the real case of a hacker. Hackers, ethical hackers, let me say it that way. Ethical hackers are people who have legal binding to test or break into systems. So you can, in your process of being a cybersecurity expert, you can decide to be an ethical hacker. You can work on contract basis or you can be employed by any of the security institutions out there. How many ethical hackers do we have here? Oh, we only have one. The rest, what are you, black hats? Okay, how many gray hats do we have here? Since you are not white, how many gray hats? Only one. What are you? Anyone here has the contacts of FBI, DNI? I think I can have some anonymous claims here. Okay, so we also have a security analyst. I spoke about ethical hackers who are the guys that break into. We have security analysts who more or less are the blue team guys. And with us being blessed, I think I can pinpoint one security analyst among us, who is Mr. Robert. Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Robert here. So, security analysts are people who are working, are people who actually monitor the system to find or detect intrusions and also protect, not actually identifying, but also protecting. So their main duty is just to sit behind their computers, identify an intrusion or a possible attack, and then find ways to mitigate that. Whereas the red teamers or the ethical hackers are those who find ways to break into the system. Hoping maybe next year, if God permits, in our next BRCTF competition, we need to find attack and defense situation. We'll have blue teamers and then red teamers, then we'll see how to go about it. So, another career path is a bug hunter. Bug hunters are people who usually sit behind their computers, as usual everyone sits behind their computers, and then try to identify vulnerabilities in applications. After identifying the vulnerability, they actually report it back to the manufacturer or the owner of the vulnerability, and in most cases, they get paid for that. There are popular platforms for this, like Backcrowd. There are a whole lot of them, right? Okay. HackerOne, Backcrowd, HackerOne, and Integrity, and then many others. So, in one of the career paths in cybersecurity is to be a bug hunter. I think the bug hunters have met 80% of them are web-based, or application-based. I hardly need the normal applications users. So, we have another one, which is quite rare out there and my favorite. This career opportunity is called a vulnerable machine engineer. Like I made mention earlier on, I'm a vulnerable machine engineer at Offensive Security. My main duty is to set up vulnerable systems for the cybersecurity community, for users to learn how to, use these applications or systems that I've set up to polish their skill. The reason why the reason why this is my best fit is not because I'm in this, well, maybe because I'm in this, but also it gives you a chance to find things on your own. When you look at the machine building process, one involves research. Let's say you are tasked to build a machine that contains a 0-day. We had a case here which included a 0-day, right? A vulnerability which is not known or reported to the vendors yet. So in situations like this, you have to research and understand what causes the vulnerability. Is it the source code? Or is it just a Windows library, a Windows package or any other thing that causes the vulnerability? So you have to go through serious researching stage. I think I lost the microphone. It's expected. Machines misbehave anyhow. So, like I said, design. After you go through the stressful part of researching and identifying the vulnerability, the design is the next stage. The design process is you need to create a logical understanding or a situation where this vulnerability will exist. An example, is it a web application? That's okay. Let's take a popular one, Drupal, which is an old application, an old vulnerability that affects Drupal web applications, right? So when you pick Drupal, you know it's a web application. You've identified the vulnerability, you know what causes it. Now the design, in which situation are you likely to meet a Drupal application, a Drupal vulnerability? Then you ask yourself, okay, should it be on a virtual host? Should it just be accessible directly? And after you get initial access through Drupal, how do you actually want to get access through Drupal? Is it just by executing the public exploit or by modifying the public exploits based on a particular situation? So once you pick Drupal, okay, now I know it's Drupal, I want to set up a machine based on Drupal. The next question is, after the user gets access or exploiting the Drupal, what should be the next stage? Is that all? Should there be privilege escalation? If there's privilege escalation, then what change? Is it from the www data who is running Drupal, or you want to make the the Apache or the Nginx run as a different user, the web server? If it is to run by the default user, which is www data, Then the next question is, after the user gets shell as www data, usually you are limited. So what do? Okay, let me give users the chance to extract credentials from the database, which is normal. A web application like that needs to communicate to a database in order to validate the logins, right? Or store in data. Shall I give users a chance to extract data from the database? If that's the case, yes. Now, in the database part, shall I leave credentials clear text, or they all should be hashed? You sometimes meet applications that store data in clear text, but these days you hardly read that, but it is there. Okay, if it is going to be hashed with algorithm, SHA-512, SHA-256, MD5, you see the design stage, that's how you go. And after you find that, okay, after they extract credential, then they crack the credential, they find the plain text of that hash password, what should be the next step? They authenticate as this user, right? Now, if they authenticate as this user, is that all? They are still not root. So what should I do? Should I set up a cron job that is running as root? Let's say to mimic a situation where the root or the admin is a lazy person. It's supposed to wipe up, it's supposed to zip all log files and store them somewhere for Monday review, right? The admin doesn't have the time to log in every Friday to do this task. So he decides to write a simple script and make the script execute as, set a cron to execute the script. Now, if root sets a cron to execute this script, and there is an insecure permission on that particular file which is being executed, instead of chmod 600, the admin user or the root user will do chmod 777, giving any other user in the nobody group read, write, and what? Execute permissions. So after you extracting credentials, you authenticate as the user, then you modify weak file permissions to become what? Administrator. So this is how the design stage goes. Then the next is the building. It's easy to think of an idea. Implementing it is something else. In the building stage, then you now start going through one stage at a time. First is setting up the vulnerability. You set up the application, make sure the vulnerability is working. Then the next step is to do what? Make sure the credentials that you want them to crack is in that database, right? Then after you set that up, you move to the next stage, creating a simple bash file, PHP file, Ruby file, any file you want, and granting it the insecure file permissions. So this is how the building stage goes. And after you do the building stage, you go in for the testing phase, making sure you test the whole scenario which you had in mind, make sure it's all working. Isn't this beautiful? Well, it's very beautiful. And the other side of it is, the other side of being a vulnerable machine engineer is, you get to decide, today do I want to be at the blue team side or at the red team side? Like Patrick was demonstrating here, where he had to set up his own custom tools in order to do what he wants, right? Now I have an engagement, and I know in the engagement, the company has Wazoo. And through Wazoo, they are able to monitor logs and any other thing. Now I know I need to execute this command to get a shell, right? The question is, if I execute it this way, the sysadmin can easily pick it up because I'm writing PowerShell minus EP, execution policy bypass, and all that. That's so easy for the administrator to just see and then detect whatever I'm doing. So in this case, I set up my own Wazoo system and I mimic the environment of the engagement or the targets I'm working on. Then I now start exploiting the target, making sure Wazoo is collecting the logs. Then I see what I'm doing and how the blue teamers there would see it. I hope I'm making sense. Yeah. So in this situation, I'll realize that, okay, this and this has been sent, but if I go through this process, it'll be very difficult for the blue teamer there to identify that this is what I'm executing. Isn't that beautiful? You sit at your home, you craft your own custom exploit, your own commands, and then you are good to go. That's from the blue team inside. From the red team, I have an engagement, and I know they have 2022, Windows Server 2022 running. They have this and this and this ports running. They have these services. I quickly set up the system, mimic all the applications they have running, and I play with these applications to find a vulnerability. And 80% of the time, I usually find a vulnerability. Sometimes I do report it after the engagement. Other times, it's good to have your own tools, which is not known out there. You keep it to yourself in case you run into a situation like that. Then you have an armor you can secretly use. So like I was saying, in the red team side, the target or the engagement has the scope. They're telling you this number of computers running this and that and that. You easily set it up, then you try working around it. So in this process, you find a way to actually bypass whatever security mechanisms they have there without even touching the target. I hope I'm making sense here. Because you've already played with all the tools in your lab, you know what to do, when to do, and a typical example is they have a binary running, an application running, which is vulnerable to buffer overflow. One thing about buffer overflow is if you don't get your exploit script working very well, having the right jump pointer, the right offsets and everything, you have one-time access most of the time. Once you fire it and then all these addresses, jump pointers are not correct, you're likely going to crash the target. And that will ruin your engagement. So an example, okay, they have this particular application running and I know it's vulnerable to buffer overflow. What do? Quickly set it up in your lab, you run a couple of tests on it, find the right jump pointers, offsets, and whatever it is. You build your own script, now you are ready to what? Fire it against the target. So in this case, you're not using the real life target as your dummy test lab. You have your own lab, you practice all your tools on it, you practice all the tools and scripts on it before you actually hit the actual lab. If this is not beautiful, tell me what else is beautiful. You always do things in your own world before you hit the actual world out there. Okay, this is on a vulnerable machine. Any other question? Sorry, I had to make this short just for us to catch up with time. Any question for me? No question? All right.
There's a hand back over there.
Oh, great job.
Thank you.
Okay, in our quest to cybersecurity, as you have demonstrated, as we also have other presenters, it's always very difficult for one to start. I'm saying so from an experience. I'm one type who jumped from one place to the other in the cybersecurity world. Depends on what we wanted to do. But you see, if we wanted to emulate what our speakers have done, the question is, what is the roadmap? That is my question.
Okay, thank you. So with that question, I'll go back to slide number 3, if I'm right. First, before you actually get into cybersecurity, you need to know your basics. You need to know your left and right around the operating systems, right? Then the next is you have an online course. Not necessarily online, there are physical institutions around now offering courses like Evitech, data systems, and then a few others. So first, you know your basics. Second, then you find a place where you can learn, either online or physical, right? Okay. Then the third is, in the process of learning, you have constant practice. And the most important is to get a mentor. Because without a mentor, like I gave an example, without a teacher, you find it hard jumping from one class to the other. The teacher has to assess you, let you know that you are not good in this, or this skill is actually not on the right level yet. So it's better to sit back and then retake the maths exam. Once you pass the maths exam, because let's say, an example, I was very good in maths until they introduced alphabets. 3 plus 2, 5. 2 plus 2, 4. It got to a stage where I was told 2 plus y is equal to x. And I started asking myself, where is y and x coming in? So you need a mentor, someone who will guide you to let you know that after you pass 3 plus 2 stage, there is a next stage which is 3x plus y. If you have issues passing 3 plus 2, then you know you're going to expect real difficulties understanding 3x plus y is equal to 2. And they ask you to find y. So the most important here is having being dedicated, you need to work hard as well, and also get a mentor. Having a mentor is very much important in this stage.
Sorry to add this also to it. I've also attended some sessions of programs like this, even cyber class. And I'm saying this so that probably those who organizers and other things will not see that some of us are disturbing them. But you get to a point probably whereby you are trying to reach somehow you think is very good, but now the time is not there. And I think some of our speakers even said they are not on social media. Yes, I understand. But sometimes I'm saying this from experience that it's really very difficult. Even if you have a mentor, there is one I know is called Eric. Probably I don't know whether maybe our seniors know him. We met once and since then, but he's also very good in cybersecurity. So I think that's also another challenge it's likely we are to face, and probably it should be taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. And to add up to that, I'm not sure of the mentors you've met. We are all human beings. You are likely to meet good mentors, and everyone is good one way or the other. We all have our bad sides. One thing I know is there are so many cybersecurity communities out there. You can join one on Discord or just any of them which are online forums. Even if you don't have a mentor, you are likely going to meet someone in your shoes who is also learning. The person can become a steady buddy, then you exchange information as you all go on together. So before you realize, you two have reached a particular level where you are both stuck. Then you'll be like, oh, okay, I remember on this channel, on this page, someone mentioned something like that. Let's go ask the person. You ask the person answers, and depends on how you actually relate to the person can become your mentor. So not necessarily finding someone physical, you can also find friends online and then you share information one way or the other, anytime, any day. Any question?
Okay, thank you very much for that. But ByteTime session mentors are very good and they'll respond to you, so don't worry.
I'm not taking the show as of the back. When you look at it critically from the previous presenters, you have over 50 cyber careers. So the one that I just provided over here can go on and read, because they made mention of a lot of things. You remember lawyer Desmond talking about what? Data protection and data privacy and stuff like that. Currently, we have cyber insurance analysts. Is there? We have risk managers so we have over 50 careers that we can work. But one thing that we have, it's not a question to you, one thing that we have as a nation is that when we see that instead of doing more research, knowing what we want, when you see this person talking about this, you say, oh, I want to do something. But I started from a community way 2007 as a network guy, but then looking for money. Then I developed myself through insurance, risk management and insurance. Then I came back to my IT space again, where the cyber is now what? Drumming. So you have just mentioned that due to time, but when you go home, just read more. And mind you, the online alone will not help. As you say, you have to get a mentor. Remember, I was just telling Patrick, we have a community. We do all those things, but you have to go and add more. Because I use Linux, but he's talking about Windows, right? So initially I didn't like Windows, but I want to go and link up with him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Is there any other question? Last question?
So in the absence of that, thank you very, very, very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. And,
you're a regular IT guy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We've come to the end, but then we have a bonus for you. So ByteTime sessions, we love you so much. We have a bonus demo for you. So I'll invite me to come and take us through a quick demo. And then after which we draw the curtains. Thank you very much.
So me is the only half master in Ghana, right? So expect something good.
congratulations for all the presenters. I think I came late, but I joined online before coming. So from IoT, from Hex to some tidbits from Kofi, Desmond, Bala, Shadow, Jeremy himself. The knowledge imparted is enough. So we are just going to have fun. I'm just going to do some fun stuff. No magic, please. So we're going to do stuff. I'm not your own. So basically, I'm going to talk about. I'm going to go more on email, how to spoof an email. Then I want to just explain some few concepts when it comes to email security. This is something that I use to do my engagement. It's a tool I wrote myself to do email spoofing. And I will go through it and then we just talk more. So basically, to be able to spoof an email, the domain needs to not to have any security on it. When I talk about security for emails or domain names, I'm talking about DKIM, MAC, SPF record. These three things help to secure domain name attached to email. These three, what they actually do, let me just explain name and then. What they actually do is they are going to add or specify the IP address of that particular MX server to the domain name. All the domain names are just names. So you have a name like mihagh.com or an email that is associated to mihagh.com. Mihagh.com is backed up by what? An email, by an IP address. And the IP address that when you are surfing on the internet, it goes to. Now, mihagh.com is just a name to help us just remember, we human beings. Now, the MX record attached to mihagh.gh, what have you, is also associated with or linked to an IP address. Now, when I send an email, the SMTP server checks the name and then needs to also verify that is that IP address the correct IP address of mihagh.com. Then it should allow the email come through. Without SPF, the MAC, DKIM, the SMTP server will not check. All it will check is the name. So when mihagh.com, I know this name, allow him to enter. And that is how spoofing happens. So, first of all, before I do any spoofing, I use this I'm online to the machine. I use this to check whether the main name I'm trying to spoof has security on it. If it has security on it, then you don't need to use spoof because they will see it or it will be blocked. Then you need to move into a different technique. Or once you check and there's no mark and the security is wrong or there's no security on it, you just can go ahead and spoof that email. So, I don't want to do any illegal stuff here. I have a family to protect, and I have a neighborhood to protect. So, what I'm going to do is, with the permission of Jeremy himself, I'm going to use ByteTime email to just do this demo. I hope. Yes, please go ahead. Okay, so all I do is I just start ByteTime, ByteTime sessions.com, like this, right? Then I just search, and it tells me that what no demand report published. This means that I can now put an IP behind a name and push it to the IS record or the SMTP server, and it will validate and go through. That is when I'm going to spoof. So I can spoof any email. If they have any email associated with this domain, I can spoof and then send an email on behalf of whoever it is to anybody. Now I have so this is my own web server that I host this simple PHP script. So I have this simple PHP script I've written. Now, let me use Jeremy himself. There's no email I will tell you this. It doesn't have any email gmail.appear. I have written an email for him. So now I'm going to send an email to anybody at all. I'll just ask the volunteers. And it's going to come with the name. It's going to come with the name Jeremy.appear at Byte session 1 and then the name is going to be Jeremy.appear. So I'm going to pretend to be Jeremy sending an email to the person. I have this simple email client that I've done myself. And I don't know if anybody gets to give an email. Yes, mention the email. You are done with that. Come. Feel free. So this comes to the question that what the presentation that Bala just did. In his slides, he asked that do you need to code or you need to be a coder before you can move cybersecurity? And he said rightly 50-50. Because if you don't know how to or you don't understand coding, how can you write your own custom codes? Even shadow images of it. If you are copying codes from GitHub, and you don't really understand the code, how can you really edit the code? So you don't necessarily have to be a coder, but analyst. The other one is bad, you're sorry. Okay, sure, that's fine. So I'll type a subject.
So I have a subject.
Testing has been done. I hope this is fine. So that is the testing has begun. Then the message is okay. So and it says email has been sent. Can you confirm if you see my email? Come, feel free. Okay, so it's refreshing. I hope you have data there. Just use my machine and log in. Or maybe you can feel free to log in.
I will log in.
Okay, no problem. Let me. Copy my own email and see. Okay, so it's internet. I think the internet here is also really bad. So, but I said to myself, and I've received a loan. I want to open it from here so that you can see. But it just dropped. So let this load.
So if somebody wants to give you a hotspot, correct?
Okay, sure.
I don't have a hotspot.
When you finish, can you click on show password?
Okay, awesome. So you can see that's the one coming from you. Javin appear. It has a title or heading. Testing has begun, and then the email. If I click on it, exactly what I typed. If you check it's coming from you. Javin appear at ByteTime.com. So if you have an email like that associated with this domain, I can spell that email because of what? The mark not present, SPF record not present. And this is also misconfigurations some companies also do. Now, you test for the mark on someone's domain and then you see that the mark is present, or you see the security is there, but I can still spoof. A lot of companies have had worries about this, and this is a simple issue or this simple misconfiguration issue. Now, most companies do cloud and then on-prem email. Now, when emails are coming, email hits the cloud first. From the cloud, then it goes to the on-prem, and then the on-prem to your mailbox. Now, they go and set the mark SPF record, everything on the on-prem. Email first hits with the cloud. When the email hits the cloud takes the email, attaches the correct IP address to it before it comes to the on-prem. So if you put SPF record and you configure it on the on-prem, every email that comes to the on-prem will be legitimate, true or true. Because every email that comes, first of all, doesn't come on-prem, it goes to the cloud. The cloud will not know whether it is correct, whether it is spoofed email or not. So it will authenticate it and then add the cloud IP to the email address and send it to the on-prem. So all emails that are coming from cloud to on-prem will be legitimate. So you have SPF record, the mark all set perfectly, but your email will still be spoofed. So you need to identify where email first hits. The place where the email first hits, that's where you authenticate, or that's where you set the security on, so that it tests where the email is coming from, or where the email is hitting at first. Then it will check at that place whether the IP or whatever is coming is authenticated. If it is not, then it drops it. Because whatever is down there will always come with a legitimate IP address. because the first point has been bypassed. Now, whatever is coming, we definitely have the correct IP address of your cloud server attached to it and coming. Everything fine. Now, the next simple one, this is very basic. It's just a simple Netflix clone page. So this is a simple Netflix clone page. You can check the original Netflix and see. I don't know if they've changed their interface, but Netflix always are changing their interface. And they're always giving me hard times. Because I don't think the cloning this, we have a lot of automated cloning tools. I do my cloning everything manually. So this is Netflix, original Netflix, right? This is my clone page. No difference. I click on sign in. It brings me to the sign in page. I click on sign in. It still brings me same thing. So this and this, no difference. Can I also get another word here? Don't come and enter Netflix password, please. Just enter anything and the password that you remember, so that when I show the password, you will just see that yes, that's it. So anybody at all. Anybody at all. Come. Come and feel free. So what I have done is I have just written a PHP code behind this. That once you log in, it should redirect you to the original Netflix page. And then the credentials you log, you should just fill the credentials and put the database for you. As simple as that. So it's fine. You type anything. And this brings me to a topic that I always tell people that it will sound controversial. Right now I'm on the platform, so you can against yourselves. But I have a topic, or a communication topic that I say everybody will be hacked. Everybody will be hacked. The fact that you are not hacked does not mean that you are doing something extraordinary. You are now on no time. But everybody will be hacked. If Netflix can be cloned, Ghana will control it. The fact that you are not be hacked does not mean that you can't be hacked or are doing something extraordinary. If Facebook can be hacked, if SolarWinds can be hacked, if FBI, NASA can be hacked, let's give an example. You know the password you created, right? It's not your link. I hope it's not your link password. So the topic basically is just moving people from the mindset of putting things to safeguard me from being hacked, and then rather thinking about after I'm hacked, how do I bounce back? Think about it. That's what you should not be thinking. You're security engineers here, you're security consultants here. After I'm been hacked, how do I bounce back? Not now. The topic should be how can I stop them from hacking people? So I have this. So I just refresh this. So that's offensive line. And this is what we talk about the password. So you are logging into the Netflix stage. So and this happens. Now the reason why I'm doing local host is because I've tried hosting some of these things on my personal domain name, my hosting, and I got blacklisted. The hosting provider just shut everything down. Even though I'm waiting for them. They don't care about them. Once they are seeing you and somebody entering credentials, and credentials are being saved and all that, they just blacklisted my account. They didn't even allow me to do backup.
I even wrote back that let me just give a copy of my website. I wrote, they said no, they are done with me. Exactly. So I just wrote it down, I was on my own machine. Because I'm not using it for the malicious intent. So basically, this is it. So the question I posed, just think about it. It is not now how can I safeguard myself from being hacked, but it is how do I bounce back after I've been hacked. Thank you.
For that wonderful demo, thank you very much. Yeah, so finally, yeah, we are bouncing out of here. So we have the closing remarks, and then we'd like to invite Kofi to come and give us a few words before we finally exit this place.
Hey guys, I know we've been here for a bit, but it's for a good reason, right? We are learning from each other. But we have internet here. Can somebody project with a web browser, and we can do like a quick, and also all of you on your phones, whatever you have. Let's Google something out. So we can touch base a bit. Whilst they're having that set up, I'm going to add a few things to what Desmond said about the cybersecurity and regulations and things like that, the laws about countries. And I'll give you guys real world experience. I think back in 2016 or 15, I was managing an entire operation. It was global in the US. And the locations were London, China, Brazil, Australia, and I think Mexico. Okay? And it was pen testing engagement. Now, because of the locations, I had to manage an entire security, personnel across globally. And this was PwC. Anyone of you here from PwC? I know you guys call it PricewaterhouseCoopers. Anyone knows them? Yeah, you know them, right? Okay, so because one of the locations was in London, we had to abide by a principle called safe harbor. Now, safe harbor was implemented in 1998 and 2000 by EU. That was before GDPR. So if you guys remember, that's what said something about GDPR, right? Were you posting off? All right, so yeah, right. So before GDPR, there was safe harbor. It was the same concept, but GDPR is like much more mature and much more extensive. But the whole point with the safe harbor was you can't touch EU assets. It was all about privacy, about EU citizens. Now, because I was running the project and it was a pen test, and we're going to touch EU assets, we put in pen test from the US. You guys get the point I'm trying to make here, right? We have to actually get somebody local in London to perform the pen test in London. And I have to send somebody from the US to go and partner with them because it was going to touch EU citizens' assets whilst we're sitting in the US. So for you guys to understand the practicality of what Desmond was saying, when it comes to law and regulations, these guys are serious. Even though this is like a very big company, and it was a global company with headquarters in the US, and they have locations in the EU and other locations, we could not sit in the US, use US system to try to break into a system located in EU zone. And have to send somebody out to go and they even work with an EU citizen, and when he was going, this was even much more funny. We have to give the person a brand new laptop, all clean out, to London. And after the pen test, you have to clean up everything from laptop before coming back to the US. So somebody asked a question about maturity of laws and regulations between countries. Now I'm just going to ask, do you think we have such a thing here in Ghana? We do not. We're not even close here, right? So when it comes to, let's say, dealing with, let's say, mature environment like, EU or London and Ghana, then comes the question, how do we balance the laws and regulations between one which is like, way up here, another one like, which is like way down here, right? But just for you guys to get a clarification on how practical these laws are well respected in other countries. Or any question on that? All right, cool. Can we open up a browser? Okay, so can we Google or search for cybersecurity domains map? Cybersecurity is one word. And you too, all of you, if you have your phone, domain maps. Yeah, map. Yeah, hit enter, please. Okay, open up one of those, please. Either one of them. It's the same, yeah. Yeah, and then let's visit the site, yeah. And then maybe see whatever, like, see the picture. Okay, if we click on that, is it possible to view only the image? Okay. I'll just pause for you to take your time and then read that. Has any one of you seen this? Okay, so when I'm teaching cybersecurity bootcamp in the US, this is one of my first week introduction I give my students. And it's because a whole lot of us get confused about cybersecurity. We always think it's about the guy or the girl with a hood on and just coding, hacking. But it's not. There's so many areas in cybersecurity, domains that most of us don't even think of or even know about. And I know one of Ashford was asking a question, and I'll address that about the mentorship as well. But it's not all about hacking or coding. It goes beyond that. Desmond is a cybersecurity, but it's in the legal side. That's why he knows about GDPR and other stuff. If you don't know about coding, don't get intimidated about that concept about hackers always coding. You will not be technical. Yours will be all about regulations. There's a space for that in regulations. So you can see we have what? Even career development. Some are just good at developing career or curriculum for cyberspace. The regular IT guy talked about what? Vulnerable, expert, right? He can be somewhere here in career development. Some are good at just writing questions. I am actually part of guys who write questions for some of the certifications of my side stuff. Okay, so or you can just be somebody who's interested in threat intelligence. You don't code, you just use tools to hunt for threats. So you use soft platforms, Splunk, or any of those open source intelligence to just hunt for threat. You don't need to be a coder. Okay, some of you can be what? User education. Your job is part of your human resources. You provide training to users. You are still part of us. You can even be awareness enforcer. Your job is to train people to be aware of phishing campaigns and choosing right password and stuff like that. That is still part of cybersecurity. Right? You don't want to even think about these things? Yeah? So, if you look deep, you can find an area that fits what you want to do. You can go into what? What is it? Governance. You also will just be about laws and regulations. Right? You can go into what? Crypto, like security architecture. You're good as a coder. You can write your own code, crypto and stuff like that. So if you not get anything out of here, get this. The space is very, very broad and bigger. You can always find an area that you can fit in and be comfortable without doing some of the things that we do. Trust me. very, very cool when you're hacking, but that may not be your style. I mean, when I first got my domain admin, that feel of like, whoo, right? But that may not be you. So, if you don't know anything, at least get this place, get this thing, and just go through it. Then you will find something that you're very much interested in. All right? Any question? All right, if you don't have any questions, then I think I'll call for Jeremy, and then let's wrap this up. Thanks, man. Thanks.
The microphone is not working. Alright, so my son was supposed to give the closing remarks, but since he's done some of this, we just let him off the hook. Thank you very much. Awesome. It's been amazing. I thought since we were a little late, this was going to be a little, it's been an amazing session. I really appreciate you guys for coming. For those who are online, we cannot thank you any more than we're doing now, for joining at the very onset, waiting patiently for the rest of the people here to show up, and then continuing with us. Now, even though you didn't get some of the food, I'm sure you were still happy just to watch us eat and continue with the program. So we really appreciate Kofi, we appreciate Enoch, we appreciate, I don't know everybody's name, right? We appreciate everybody for coming, for contributing to making this a wonderful program. You can see that we still have majority of males. That's great. Hopefully, next time we'll have more females.
All females, yes. Next time, bring a lot of ladies around. Please do. We want more female in the industry. There's a lot of work to be done. I mean, we all don't have to be coders, right? So please, let them come. They shouldn't be scared at all.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also, just a small recap of what the program has been for those who may be joining late. Now, we will put the video up on the channel so you can go back and watch it. The YouTube channel, I mean. However, we started with the keynotes from Kofi. We went through some IoT related stuff from Ella. That was amazing. And then we had some, in fact, it was very, very educative on the law surrounding practicing offensive security, right? Some of us would have been in jail anyway, right? But it was very educative. I found myself asking myself a lot of questions. Where I would be in life. I'm sure Sarah, you had questions for yourself also. Yeah. And then we had a cool lunch break. We continued with some really cool bypasses from Patrick. Patrick is not here, he has bypassed the door also, so he's gone. And then we had a very nice career talk by the regular IT guy. And we had this super cool demo. I was sad that my name had to be used for all of the malicious stuff. Now, just disclaimer, everything that has been done here has been done in the name of education. Right? Please do not do this without proper license and without proper authorization from the body. Right? If you're in doubt, see a lawyer, let them read all of the stuff, and don't get into trouble. As you can see, we have a lot of regulations that will catch up with you if you're not lucky. And then we had Kofi wrap up for us with this really cool about the domain. It's super important. I think that's amazing. Yeah. Let's give him a round of applause for that, because that's a lot of life. Awesome. Now, what next?
I would like to appreciate the organizers of the program. I mean, they've been amazing. This idea came about after the CTF, right, which was just in October. And I'm really happy that today we got to experience this. And this is the maiden edition. And I'm glad to say that this is not going to be the end. And as I was saying, I hope they are going to take it. We need a boot camp session. So please, organizers, take that into consideration for the next physical. Hopefully, we hope to have some sessions online, so on our YouTube page, so you can get interactive and engage in more topics. You can come up with what you want to know about cybersecurity. The experts are here. Some of them can recommend people who can come and share more on the various topics you would like to know about. So to our organizers, our volunteers, those who work tirelessly, came here to do setups, those at the back, food, everything. So we really want to appreciate you for supporting this program. Thank you very much. And finally to you, we really appreciate you coming here since morning, staying here and participating in this session. Really say a very big thank you to you. And hopefully we can connect, stay in touch, join the community, and then keep the conversations going. Thank you very much.
You can see I took my phone out. I was asking ChatGPT how to go closer in mind. Sarah said everything that ChatGPT. I'm surprised. So I can see she wrote this. Anyway, so I have nothing else to add. Like she mentioned, we have a community channel in Discord. We also want to have a community of like-minded people who want to join, people who are interested. Let's do that on Discord channels. We don't have an email like initial, so you can still spool the stuff, but let's continue the conversation. We want to have future events like this. Now, the plan is to do ByteTime sessions every quarter. However, this will be dependent on your interest and people who volunteer to submit or do a presentation, right? The more of you, the more of these things that we get, the earlier we'll start some of these, right? So expect something like that next year. In first quarter, we want to do something like this. Like Sarah mentioned, you have the YouTube channel also. If there's anything you want to do, right, you don't have to wait for like a large meetup like this. You can put that on the YouTube channel and other people can access it, right? So also, let's do this again, and then I think Eric wants to add something. You want to? Okay, good. Yes. Awesome. I just reminded me, ChatGPT did not tell me that. So if you have any feedback for how the event went, if there's anything we can do to improve, this is our maiden event, right? We made a lot of mistakes. I mean, I can give you a list, right? But we're trying to make this better. The idea is to still grow and to learn. So if there's any feedback that you have for us, please do that in the channels. When I say channel, I mean the Discord channel. We don't have any other platform. We have a LinkedIn profile. We have the YouTube channels also. We have community Instagram. Thank you. She's in charge of social. So, and please give us feedback. Let's make this better. Thank you once again for coming. We really appreciate you.
Please, appreciate you. Thank you so much. There's still something at the back, so you can take something for the road.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Please let the networking continue.
Yeah. Okay. You know what, guys? Let's do this. Let's not leave without a photograph, right? It will be sad if we actually don't take photographs. You're coming for the time. All right. So let's take a group photograph together.
Please, let's come around. Let's come around for a group photograph. Yeah. You were here. You were told not to do anything illegal. So next time when we are defending you, it will be easier to identify. Oh, he was here. He will not do anything illegal. So please come. Let's take it. Ryan, please, a good photograph. Oh, the ladies. You know I always want to take a picture of the ladies. So please come. It looks like the gentlemen are not ready. So please. Let's all come around for a photograph.